Everybody, hello and welcome back to another episode of The Watchable with me, Charlie. Let's make some noise. Come and get back excited wherever you are. We are back with another action-packed show for you today with the world of boxing buzzing. My gosh, forget anything else that we're going to talk about. Forget the NBA. Forget the fact that we got the Lakers on a legitimate and incredible win streak. Forget everything that you want to talk about in the world of sports, because it is only boxing that we have to cover, because we just got ourselves a monumental, essentially, career-defining fight on the side of Tank Davis. And we all are asking the question, did Tank rob Lamont Roach of an iconic victory? And what? Are you kidding me? Look, we ain't talking about nothing else today. We ain't got no other topics on the docket. I get up until the championship rounds, which, of course, I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions on everything revolving the world of sport. But beyond that, my gosh, shoot, I'm still a buzz. And it's been, 2 days since the fight? I can't believe it. I've rewatched the fight. I've taken notes, and there is a legitimate situation where we have to reanalyze everything we have been saying about Gervonta Davis, and not just his skill set, his rankings, his career, and on the whole, I was right. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I was right about. But before we even get to that, again, shameless plug aside, and we still got to do a proper intro, don't we? Hello and welcome to the World. If you're new, welcome in. If you're old, welcome back. We here, we live, we do a show every Tuesday and Thursday. This is the World. We cover boxing, we cover basketball, and everything else under the sun. Well, not everything, but the majority of things under the sun in the world of sports. Please, if you would, go ahead, leave a like on the stream. Yes, indeed. Comment your thoughts and opinions on whatever you want to discuss right here on the show below. And so also subscribe to the channel and share the show with everybody that you know, so we can keep on building up this empire. Together we are growing rapidly and fervently, and it's all thanks to you and your support, so I appreciate it. We're also available on every podcasting platform imaginable. That's right, Apple Podcast, Spotify, every major podcasting platform, so you can go back and rewatch this or re-listen to this, not just here on YouTube, but anywhere you go, on your job, in your work, in your home, with your kids, with your spouse. Who knows, maybe I'm the love track for your affection, and you like listening to me when y'all are having your midnight dinners, moonlit strolls with your significant other. I don't know. All I know is I aim to please in every situation possible. And my gosh, we're going to talk about excitement. We're going to talk about fervor. And this aim to please for this show is all about action and essentially reevaluations. We got a lot to talk about. We got a jam-packed episode for you today. And without further ado, it's time to talk boxing. And since we are talking about the sweet science, it is time to step into the ring. Yes, sir! Ring the bell. Let's get it started. Round one of this show going underway. And lo and behold, nothing else but Tank versus Lamont Roach on a night that was indeed filled with, let's be honest, some trepidation, some real concern, a lot of blase types of feelings on the side of boxing fans, and it ended up being a fight that now has got everybody talking and scrutinizing the world of Tank Davis. We're going to get into that scrutiny, but first, let's talk about the fight in and of itself. Let's be frankly frank. Also, what's up, Warlock Boxing? How you doing? Good to see you. Al Booger, what's up with you? Thanks for tuning in. And anybody else who wants to tune in, please share the show. Get everybody on. This is a show you don't want to miss, because I promise you, we're going to have some arguments. We're going to have, forget hot takes. Now, we're going to have some lava-filled vitriol coming from both me and coming from people. Oh, this chat's about to be on and popping, bumping with stuff. Shoot, we're going to have wars. This whole thing might blow up. My whole computer may just rip asunder with the amount of stuff people getting ready to say in terms of this fight. But regardless of which, night filled with, again, honestly, regret for paying $80 at the start. But next thing you know now, Lamont Roach pulls off an incredible performance. And starting off the show, I will be frank, I was indeed wrong. I was wrong. I was outright wrong, and I'll admit it. I was wrong. Remember, I said that Tank was going to knock him out. A lot of people said the thing was going to knock him out. I said that Lamont Roach didn't have anything to be able to do he didn't have anything, to have the ability to handle the technical precision, the power, as well as the angles that we knew Tank used. On top of the fact that I said that Lamont Roach throws off balance when he really loads up on shots. He is open to get countered. He's already been beat before by, I believe, by the likes of Jamal Herring. And we were all understanding, if he could beat by Jamal Herring, with no disrespect to him, Jamal Herring ain't on Tank's level, especially at 130. So now, we all are saying, well, do your best, but we don't think it's going to happen. And we were all lamenting this, where's the big-time challenge? But lo and behold, now we get to see Lamont Roach come in and absolutely box his head off. And here's what he did. Mind you, round one, he won, outlanded him. Round two, it's a swing round. But I also gave it to Lamont Roach. And then, but for the entirety of the fight, the way he was winning rounds was keeping pace with Tank and building with Tank. Now again, Tank has one of the lowest outputs, actually I think second lowest output, if not the lowest output in all of boxing as a whole, in terms of punches per round and punches throughout the fight. Genuinely, he is judicial and very precise with his, again, one of the smartest boxers in the world. He knows what he's doing when it comes to building up a pace. Lamont Roach didn't come and show all of his cards too much, but rather built up with Tank as the fight progressed. What do we normally see Tank do? Tank goes in, and Tank genuinely goes and won't throw anything. He'll go, he'll wait, download information, see what you got to offer for the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then slowly but surely build a game plan to actually beat you. Lamont Roach, what did he do? He also didn't throw a lot. He threw just enough to be able to match Tank, landed him, and honestly outlanded him for the entirety of the fight. Go look at CompuBox. Yes, indeed, he did outland Tank. Yes, did he throw more? Yes, but he still, by about 15 punches, he outlanded him. Definitely he did. But he did it in a way that made it so that Tank never got away. See, remember when we talked about Frank Martin, good win for Tank, how he got knocked out and how he was winning the early rounds? He indeed did. But the issue was he gave a lot of his cards away in terms of the tendencies, what his game plan was going to be, and how he would react. He would go, like I said before, he would dip down and show where he would be, where he would tend to favor in terms of his defensive side. How he would slip, how he would duck, how he would move and get out the way, how he would have patterns. He gave that up. Throwing that jab helped to build a blueprint of a pattern. All of that, even though he was winning, and even though it was basic, it was still enough for Tank to be able to find and figure out what he needs to do to get that shot that you need to land and take you out of it. Lamont Welch did what I didn't think he honestly had the smarts to do, which again, credit to him. He went, and instead of just boxing and trying to fight Tank, he went and genuinely said, you want to be defensive? You want to be patient? I'll be patient too. You throw, I throw. And because they've trained in the past, or they sparred in the past, apparently multiple times, it was a situation where, yeah, I know you. Let's not forget that. And so now, we're going to see how this rolls. And because I know what you do also, I'm not going to let you figure out my whole game plan. We're going to build together. We're going to build this fight as one. It ain't going to be I do half the work first and then you come in the second half and finish the show. No. We going through and we being serious. Also, wait a minute, I almost forgot to ask. Yo, Broadway, what's up with you? How you doing? I almost forgot to say what's up to you. I about Mr. Chat. Thank you for tuning in and thank you for listening. Absolutely. But regardless of which, he went and built with Tank, brick by brick. Everything that Tank laid down, Lamont Roach would lay down as well, and then go back to being defensive. Kept his guard tight and would throw everything with short shots. In fact, he was able to counter and tag Tank with short shots when Tank would try to be explosive, and especially when he got on the inside. And when he did get on the inside, Lamont made it rough. Lamont, I'm not going to say got in his head, but he willingly said, no, I'm not afraid. And let's not forget that when we see he did get hit, and I mean get hit soundly, by the likes of Tank, he took it. Brother, his chin is something I did not expect in the slightest. His chin is something that at 130, we were all saying there's no way he can actually take the power of Tank when he lands his flesh. But yet, lo and behold, he took it. He took it well. Oh, that brother was walking through, talking and stalking. As the fight progressed, was more engaged in getting into a firefight, going up and upping the level that Tank was getting up to. As Tank started doing what Tank does, 6 round and on, getting more aggressive, he said, I'm going to match fire with fire. I may take some hits, but I'm going to land like what I need to land. I'm not going to let you get away. And if anything, I'm going to make it so that you fall behind. Because I'm landing cleaner, which is what was happening. Oh, yes, indeed. And now we were in a situation where, buddy, we got to the 12th round, and he's not out. Not only is he not hurt, but, buddy, he's winning the later rounds. The very thing that we know Tank to do. Lamont Roach is winning the rounds that we know Tank normally dominates in. Oh, my gosh. This up like, brother, sister, anybody who's watching, this is monumental for multiple reasons. And now we go to the cards as a whole. Lamont Roach put on the phenomenal display. I was wrong in what I said Lamont Roach is going to be. No question. Absolutely. But now we got to go to what the result was. And this result, to be perfectly frank, was wrong. This result was wrong. This was a wrong result. Tank did not win this fight. And Tank fought himself to a draw. At best. At worst, Lamont won this fight. Lamont Roach won. Lamont Roach won. Yes, he did. Oh, yes, he did. Oh, I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm happy he said it. Lamont Roach won this fight. Lamont Roach was robbed of a victory. Lamont Roach was cheated out of winning one of the biggest fights of his career and having one of the biggest upsets that we had seen in boxing in the modern day. Oh, this would have been ridiculous. Oh, this would have been stupid. This should have been stupid in terms of the best way possible. This should have been insane that we saw Tank actively lose. He lost this fight. He lost this fight outright. And if anything, remember, did I not remember what I said in the last show, last week, Thursday, before this fight came on Saturday? I said, if I wanted to be a hater, I said, if you can get somebody that can last 12 rounds and Tank can't knock them out in the second half of the fight, Tank can lose and Tank will lose. And I said, if I was a hater, I would have said that. If I was a hater, I would have pointed it out and said, nah, the only reason why he's able to actually do it is because he lands the perfect shot, which, again, understandable, incredible skill. But if he wasn't able to land like he sees him, like we normally see him land with the power, or if somebody can take the power that we see Tank always land and take out all of his opponents, there is no way he would be able to win in the later stages. I said I would say that if I was a hater. I'm not a hater. I said that on the last show. I said so I wouldn't say something like that because I don't want to downplay somebody's greatness. Though I've criticized Tank's greatness, justifiably so. But I don't play that game. But there was a level of truth to that. There was a level of truth to that. And what did we just see? Lamont Roach, who was able to take the power, who was able to go through and surprisingly enough have power of his own, was willing to go and trade with Tank and land shots on the inside. Honestly enough, land a lot of shots that we saw Frank Martin miss in those same exchanges, in those same trades, in those same infighting scenarios in Frank Martin's fight. Missed those and still walked down Tank and beat him in the center of the ring once the second half went into play. Make it rough, make it tough, and be sure to be effective with your short shots on the inside, which what Frank Martin couldn't do. He was too defensive. He was. And now, my gosh, the very thing I said, I was only, again, if I was a hater, I would say, happened. And because it was a level of truth to it. And now we get to see what it is. Tank got beat. And he definitely got beat. If that knockdown was the only reason why.
Hey, look at this. We got the problems here.
The only reason why.
We got the problems here.
The only reason that Tank even got a draw in this fight is because a knockdown that was called wasn't called. That's the biggest thing. That's why this hurts. That's why this hurts so bad. Tank was legitimately one call away from getting this whole fight pushed away from him. It's horrible. It's terrible. And if anything, Steve, in fact, hold on. While I'm talking, I'll pull up Steve Wilkes. Or Steve Willis. Again, phenomenal. And I do mean phenomenal type of referee. Genuine. Experience. Incredible. Is normally great. That brother, for the whole called a good fight, except for that one moment. This man legitimately called the knockdown in round 9 off of a jab by Lamont Roach. That did land. The jab by Lamont Roach landed. We were seeing Tank wince, his forehead snapped back. The brother took a knee. I have never seen a situation where that type of series of events doesn't cause a knockdown. We saw it with Martin McCauley. McCauley got landed a shot on top of the head. There was a delayed reaction. Brother stumbled and went down. Knockdown. We saw it with Danny Garcia against Arizona Lara. Short straight left, little bit delayed reaction, then fall. Knockdown. Well, that gets a knockout. We saw with the likes of others. Daniel Dubois. Jab, fall. That was more so immediate, but regardless of which. And if anything, what's the name? Jay Riggs. Brother who normally comes in on the show. If you're here, Jay Riggs, how you doing? Can't wait to see you. If you come into the chat, if you ain't here, show your face. I want to give you your props. You brought up a good point. Mayweather, in a past fight, broke his hand going to the body. Punched somebody to the body. Went and took his glove touched when he winced in pain. Touched the canvas. Was deemed a knockdown. Got counted as a knockdown. He inevitably, I believe, went on and won the fight, but regardless of which, it was called. Every single situation. This was a situation where we're seeing, like with others, it should have been a knockdown. It should have been a knockdown. And that one instance messed up what could have been a justified upset. Tank fans can't say that he won this. Tank haters can't say that this wasn't the case. Tank haters can't say that he lost. Tank lovers can't say that Tank won. Independent. No skin in the game. They can't say that Tank won this fight. Nobody can say that Tank won this fight because Tank did not win this fight. At all. And also, yo, what's going on? MS, what's good? What's good with you? How you doing? Appreciate you coming on the show. Tank missed a lot of power punches, straight air balls. He missed a lot of power shots. Oh yeah, Roach was having great defense. That Philly show and his ability to get out the way and use that distance was incredible. And the shots that didn't land, he was able to eat them and keep on working, keep on moving, keep on being, the building up, walking down Roach that we saw. It was an incredible game plan. Something I didn't think he would be able to do, but he did it. He did it, and he deserved to win. There is. I'm telling you, Tank got his ball to a puppy. Tank got beat. I don't want to hear a single hater. I don't want to hear not a hater. I don't want to hear a fanboy. I don't want to hear anybody who rides Tank the Kingdom Come. I don't want to hear anybody say anything except for Tank did not win the fight. You can say that he didn't lose it. Okay, cool. You got a better argument with that. You have no argument that he won this fight. None. Because Roach won rounds 1 and 2. Tank won rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on my card. And then 8 through 12, Lamont took. He took them all. So if anything, by that scorecard alone, I had it 7-5. And if the knockdown was scored, I had it 8-5 Lamont Roach. There is no world that Tank won this fight. There is no world where Tank deserved the victory. There is no world that if the referee, Steve Willis, had called the knockdown like it was supposed to, we wouldn't have seen Tank get beat. It's a draw. Fine. Record's blemished. But that doesn't change what should be a legitimate situation where he is indeed in the loss column. And let's not forget, for those of you who don't know, understand this. This could still be turned over as a loss. Just like with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, that fight got turned into a no contest. Let me tell you something right now. The current commission is currently looking at this fight. And because of quote-unquote faulty replays, which they were showing replays throughout the rest of the night, but all of a sudden they couldn't send it to on that one round to be able to review said knockdown before the round ended. I don't know why all of a sudden that wasn't able to happen. But regardless of which, again, I don't do conspiracies. I only do facts. Facts. Our statement was put out by the reviewing committee or the people that review the specific round stuff. He went, and they're going to look back at this fight, and this could still be turned over as a genuine loss on the side of Tank if it is deemed rightful that the missed knockdown by Steve Willis was indeed an actual knockdown. And it's going to be a knockdown. It should be a knockdown. There is no way in the world. In fact, hold on. I said I was going to show you the punch. Let me do it right now. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. No. We ain't getting over this. I got a lockdown. Brother, I got so much to say on this because I'm not saying I've been waiting on Tank's downfall. I have not. But I have been sick and tired of the amount of praise that Tank has gotten without any form of showing, without any legitimate test. I said, win or lose, go and get tested. Push yourself. Now we're at a situation where we saw this man legitimately take a fight he had no business taking from the standpoint of his greatness, his legacy, his standpoint in the boxing world. He was up in the best of the world. No question. And this man was in line to fight Shakur, who had become champion. Keyshawn Davis, who was a champion. Lomachenko should have fought him years earlier. Could have moved up to fight Teo. Could have moved up to fight Devin Haney. Could have rematched Ryan Garcia. You could have fought Abdullah Mason. He could have fought Floyd Schofield before fighting the likes of Lamont Roach a couple of fights ago. He could have fought Floyd Schofield before fighting the likes of Hector Garcia and others. Doesn't matter. All of this has been a legitimate problem. And everybody has been coming at me talking about, and not you all, but the outside world in public and also people in the comments come at me like I'm the one hating, downplaying, saying he's a scrub, saying all this stuff. And now he lost to a brother that on paper did not belong nor did earn the right to get in the ring with Roach. He showed that he should be there. And this, in fact, hold on, before I go on the tangent, we got people in the comments, and we also got to make sure I show y'all the one defining round in this fight that indeed shifted the whole dynamic of what this was supposed to be, what this should have been. Let me see. So before I continue, I'm going to show you all what happened. This is what happened right here. What's it? How do I get out of this? There we go. I'm all in it, Tizzy. My goodness. I am. That's all I can say. I am hot. Here we go. Let me show y'all what happened. Round 9. Going through.
Left. Oh, and that right, but Davis took off some of the steam of the punch, but still, Roach leading with right.
He took a knee.
He took a knee.
Did you see it?
Left. Oh, and that right, but Davis took off some of the steam of the punch, but still, Roach leading with right.
He took a knee.
Wait, there's another angle.
Took a knee.
Well, this man, it wasn't, again, the braid did go in his eye. Absolutely. You could argue whatever chemicals and stuff was used that irritated it. Yes, we get it. That has happened before. But this is like this is clear. It's clear as day. It's clear as day. It is doggone. It is clear as day that this man got caught with a light jab, and you took a knee directly after. This is worse. This is more inexcusable than what we saw with Floyd Mayweather when Mayweather's glove touched Chambers. And it's Jay Riggs. Again, I shouted you out. You called it, or you brought that up. Phenomenal point. How that was called a knockdown for Floyd. And you got a better argument for saying that shouldn't have been a knockdown for Floyd, because he landed the punch and then went down with nothing coming back at him. You got a better argument at making that, though we know what the rules are for knockdowns. You got a better argument for Floyd. He shouldn't have been called for a knockdown in that situation versus this. Like this, you see his skull and skin move. You see his head slightly snap back. You see the reaction of him getting hit. The blade may have hit his eye, absolutely right around here. The blade may have slapped him in the eye. Understandable. That does not change the fact that this was the punch that should have made this fight go in Lamont Roach's favor. There is no doubt in my mind that we witnessed one of the greatest hypocrisy moments in this shoot that I've seen of recent memory when it comes to the standpoint of this brother deserved to lose. He deserved to lose. And it got ripped away. Oh my gosh. My goodness. And and to continue real quick with the point I was making before, I wanted to show you the fight as a whole, or that punch that changed the fight. We have been saying that we don't care if Tank loses, or I don't care if Tank loses, if he's chasing greatness. If he lost to people like Tio or whatever, or a draw or whatever, I wouldn't have a problem with it. I wouldn't. But this is irking me because you went out of your way to take the easy road. And you then went and now are put in a situation where you got beat by a brother that you thought was supposed to be easy. The whole goal of invincibility that you've had is now shattered in front of you. Because even your own fans, some are saying, you lost this fight. And you did this to yourself. You wasted yourself. And you know what's even worse? I'm gonna get to your comments. I see y'all commenting. You know what's even worse? Real quick. Let me pull this up. You know what's even worse? Do you remember that whole conversation about what he was gonna do after he was going to fight Lamont Roach? We were all saying, we hope he fights Teofimo Lopez. We hope he fights the likes of Ryan Garcia. Maybe he'll move up to 140. Tio, with all the race baiting, maybe we'll actually take a chance. Shoot, maybe he'll call out Terrence Crawford. We even brought him anyway as a potential likelihood to fight. Do you really want to know who he was going to do? Do you want to know who he was going to fight? Let me show you. If he had won this fight outright, let me show you who he was going to call out. Let me pull it up. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up right here.
Who were you going to call out?
Where is it? Hold on. Wait, let me make sure I got the screen. Let me make sure. Yeah. Let me make sure I pull it up correctly. Hold on. Let me show you who Tank was going to call out if he had won this fight.
Wow, what was the plan originally? You know, you originally were going to call somebody out, you said, after the fight, but, since the draw happened, it looks like Lamont Roach rematch is what's on the horizon, but who were you going to call out? What was the plan originally?
I think he was here. He came in my locker room.
Shakur Stevenson?
He wasn't in my locker room. Next question.
Did you hear it?
Next question.
No, hold on.
He came in my locker room.
Did you hear it?
I think he was here. He came in my locker room.
Shakur Stevenson?
Not Shakur.
He wasn't in my locker room.
Jake Paul.
Next question.
Next question. Brother. Oh, boy.
Hey, look.
Boy.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here. We got some problems here.
I'm trying to contain myself. I really am. I told you, I'm not a hater. I told you I don't play that game. I told you I try to criticize as fervently as possible with accurate information, legitimate contextual takes to give you all the best type of stuff. But this, we were saying that we didn't want Mike Tyson to fight Jake Paul. No, we were saying we didn't want Canelo to fight Jake Paul, and that almost happened. That was because Canelo was on Jake Paul's radar. And we said the whole goal was for Jake Paul to fight Canelo was because to get the hate train rolling, then you pay for him to get knocked out, then he goes away with his money. That made more sense from that perspective. If that fight was going to happen, I could at least rationalize how we got there. But you mean to tell me that this bum, yeah, I'm going there, this bum, this schmuck, this idiot, this stupid, ignorant, absolutely undriven, unmotivated, honestly, dare I call him a stain on this sport at this stage? You mean to tell me that when you said you were going to retire, when you said you had 3 fights left in your career, when you said you wanted big names, when you said that you wanted to actually call out some people, you wanted to leave your mark, leave your legacy, you stayed in this game. This is what you said. You stayed in this game in order to have a situation where you were, if you left, you were going to get therapy, and you weren't going to be the same you. You said that the only reason why you were still here is because if you leave, you won't be the same tank to be as great as you can be because you're going to fix yourself. I was all for that. You said that you wanted to make a mark before you went and left this sport. And you mean to tell me that this fight was a tune-up for Jake Paul, who was not even on your radar? The only reason why Jake Paul would even even came to you was because he couldn't get Canelo. And you had business that you already said you wanted. I'm sick. I'm sick. I'm legit. And no, we're not going to use any excuses for this. We ain't gonna use no excuses for this. There is no excuse for this in the slightest. I don't want to hear anything about anything. When we look at this situation where this brother was unfocused, where he wasn't prepared, when he wasn't ready, but it came in well under the weight limit, looked comfortable, looked healthy, had been training. Nobody was saying anything about this brother wasn't training right. Oh, this brother wasn't, he knew he was gonna beat him, but we've seen him overlook quote unquote opponents before and look completely fine. We've said all this stuff about what Tank is. Ain't had a lick of him being undisciplined, not being ready, not being able to be prepared, always being able to be one of the best in the sport by having this consistency in the gym. We had our questions about him and Calvin Ford, but was there dissension in the midst with their camp? Seemingly it's because Calvin Ford was going through some health problems. Understandable. Hence why he wasn't able to beat it. Now, is there still some more stuff? Who knows? I only know what I know. And what I know is that there was nothing. I mean nothing that gave any indication that this brother was willingly looking over what he was going to do until Lamont Roach. And now, this loss this close contest, all this wasn't to ruin a good fight. This wasn't to ruin an opportunity. This didn't negate any big plans. This wasn't like with Tyson Fury and Wilder, or excuse me, Wilder and AJ. When Wilder got beaten out, oh my gosh, it's the plans for AJ and Wilder are kaput potentially. When Fury got beat, or when AJ got beat, now the undefeated stuff, and that storyline is now nixed. None of that. This wasn't like that at all. This wasn't to set up any of that. It wasn't like if Errol Spence lost before Terrence Crawford. Oh no. With the hype has now died. It wasn't like that. This fight was to set up a brother who has been, again, for women's boxing and to get casuals into the sport, has been a great beacon to get people invested. But as a boxer, he is a stain, so to Jake Paul, he is a stain on the very makeup of what this sport was built on. Absolutely. He is a scourge. He is a mole. He is a disgraceful, scrupulous, unregulated mess of a man who has robbed many in and outside of the ring. Life, personally, is in the gutter for what he does to people. Absolutely horrible. Scammer. Him and his brother. Both of them. But he's a con artist. We got that. Tank, you're a business. And you said you about business. You said you ain't need all that stuff. You said you ain't need Turkey for money. You said you didn't need Turkey to get people in the gate. And now all of a sudden, because you don't need him, you shouldn't need Jake Paul in the slightest. You shouldn't. And this wasn't, and this fight was to set up that. You bum. You bum. And you're a bum. That's all. I'm not. You are a bum. A bum in the worst way possible. And I can call you that in totality now, because now we can't just look at you as just Mr. Invincible, the Tank anymore. Brother, the Tank got beat. The Tank got blown up. Not knocked out, but brother, he became inoperable. The Tank got dismantled from the standpoint of it was a close and competitive war, but brother, you shouldn't have been given the victory. You shouldn't have. You and you weren't given the victory. You shouldn't have. You should not have even been given a draw. Because of, and some people, again, I don't do conspiracies. Some people were saying that because Tank was Tank, this was a situation where his cachet made it so that this brother could argue, mind you. If you go back and watch the whole replay of that knockdown that I was showing you, let's not forget, when we saw that knockdown, Steve Willis had started the count. Steve Willis had already gotten to 3. Lamont Roach had gotten to his corner. I'll show you it again. I will show you it again. See, I don't get to this level of anger often, but this is inexcusable. Watch this.
Just took off some of the steam of the punch, but still.
Watch this.
Roach leaned with right, and he took a knee. He took a knee. Oh, and that right, but Davis took off some of the steam of the punch, but still. Roach leaned with right, and he took a knee. He took a knee.
Goes to the corner. Dude.
What is he doing?
He forgot his. He locks it free. And then he stopped the count out right.
Left.
No, brother. He got the 2.
Oh, and that right, but Davis took off some of the steam of the punch, but still. Roach leaned with right, and he took a knee. He took a knee.
Lamont, go down neutral corner. Counts the 2.
What is he doing?
He forgot his. He keeps track of the count. And then the ref picks up from there.
Left.
Was at 2. Getting ready to call 3. And this man still, in the middle of him counting, stopped the count. Just stopped it. They could have even done a situation where after the round, he can go to the judges and be like, oh, that knockdown wasn't actually a knockdown. I've seen it done before in the ring by referees. Correction, there was not a knockdown in that round. Do not score that round as a knockdown if you have it as such. I've seen that before. You could have waited till after, but you got to continue. I'm Tank, dare I say it, I should have changed the title. Tank got exposed. Point blank period. Point blank period. Point blank period. Tank. Gervonta Davis got exposed in this fight. Let's be perfectly real. He got exposed in this fight. He got shown to a degree for what he is. He's still great as a boxer. But now, all that talk that we have been hearing, ain't nobody can step to me. Nobody can take me at all. I'm going to knock out Devin Haney. I'm going to knock out Ryan Garcia again. Teofimo Lopez, you ain't got no business in the ring with me. Keyshawn Davis, you are nothing. Shakur Stevenson, what have you done? We got to look back at this and have a real conversation. Was all of this because you really didn't want work? Was all of this because you never actually wanted to get in the ring and test yourself against proper competition that would have been able to give you a run for your money? Is your record genuinely at a point that we see it now due to the ability of you, just like Terrence Crawford talked about, having a protection plan and having everything where you can control what this fight is going to be, both in and outside of the ring. But now all of a sudden you in a situation where everything was built for you to be able to dominate. You beat another former champion. You beat somebody at 130. Lamont Roach is that guy. What the world? You want me to be perfectly honest? The reason why most people were hyping up Lamont Roach wasn't because they actually knew about Lamont Roach. It was because they wanted this fight to be with all the bad press that they knew, with all of the bad stigma surrounding this fight, which was justified, with all of the mess about Tank not fighting quality competition and taking a fight that he had no business taking with Lamont Roach. Somebody who's coming up from 130, somebody who's coming up from a lower division, somebody who got beat by Jamal Herring, somebody who has not been, from a skillful perspective, didn't look the part at all. And again, I did know about Lamont Roach. I respected Lamont Roach. And I was saying the exact same thing because that is what he had showed. He just became a champion. He had 10 KOs on his resume. Does he have some decent power? Sure. But it wasn't showing anything to be effective that we thought Tank would be able to take, especially coming up from smaller weight class. There is nothing about this fight that gave me any indication that Lamont Roach was ready, nor that he deserved this opportunity, nor that Tank should be taking this opportunity. But they were hyping up how good Lamont Roach was, trying to say that everybody was sleeping on the brother. And they were sleeping on him, don't get me wrong. But trying to push him as some indomitable force. Oh, he's a champion. Why are you disrespecting a champion? I wasn't disrespecting a champion. I knew he was a champion. But you can't look me in the face and tell me that you thought, in all honesty, that Lamont Roach, for the position he was in, versus who he was getting ready to fight, not only didn't deserve it, but wasn't ready for it, wasn't prepped, had too many flaws, and this was going to be a not competitive affair. Many people did not know Lamont, but they pushed the stigma of him being a champion to help quell what was going to be known resentment for him not fighting the likes of the best at 135 or 140. Because everybody was saying this shouldn't happen at all. You are fighting below your skill level. You are fighting on easy mode. That's what we were all saying. And mind you, in this whole build-up, I said, I hope and pray that Lamont Roach makes this a good fight. I said, I want to see Lamont show me something. I didn't believe he would do it, but I said, I hope it happens. I said, I hope. I wasn't the one saying it wouldn't. I said, I hope it does. Thank goodness it did. Made it actually worth the amount of money that people were paying for this card. $80 is still ridiculous. But regardless of which, we waited. We waited and waited and waited for this man to prove us something, and he never did. And now he is no longer spotless. He can't even get a win. If anything, it could be worse, and it gets turned over into a loss, dare I say, by the end of the week. And all this was to set up Jake Paul. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to. And next point. Actually, before we go to the next point, which is going to be hot buddy. And I dare somebody that was coming at me last week talking about how I was disrespecting Tank. I dare somebody who was trying to say I was just hating on the kid. I dare somebody to come and say something else. I dare you. I dare you. Come on. You thought I had ammo before. And mind you, I ain't never hated. Understand that? I ain't never hated on anybody. I've been as consistent as I can. I dare somebody to come through with the same mess they were coming through last week when they were talking about what I was saying about taking his legacy, about taking his greatness, about how Tank ain't done nothing, about how Tank is not a Hall of Famer, about how Tank is going to be forgotten in history in this era of boxing when it's all said and done. I dare somebody to come with me now. Say something. I'm waiting. Because you barely had an argument then. You ain't got nothing now. You ain't got nothing now. And this ain't because I'm saying one fight derails a fighter's career. No, I'm not. No, it doesn't. But we're not going to sit here and say that now we can't look at Tank as a, I'm going to hold it. Let me get to your comments. I've been ranting and raving. Let me get to this. Is you all show as much as it's mine. Let's go with what you had to say. Yo, J Riggs, what's good with that? How you doing? I'm so sorry. I've been going on a tangent. I ain't even looked at the comments. I am so sorry. I had to get this off me. I still got stuff to say. Oh, you ain't heard the half of it. You think I'm hot now? Brother, just wait until this next segment. I got some stuff to say. I promise you that. But what's up? How you doing? Fight Buzz TV. What's good with you? Tuned in, bro. Excited for your take. Let's go. Hey, look, I appreciate you, Fight Buzz, coming through. Thank you so much for tuning in. Crazy, let's see. Crazy that it wasn't a close fight. Lamont Roach beat that boy clean and pristine. It should have been 7-5. It should have been 7-5. Shoot, it could have been 8-5 if that knockdown was covered. When I scored this fight, I had this 7-5, and Tank lost this cleanly. He got beat. Legitimately got beat. There is no, you can't make an argument that he didn't. You cannot make an argument. CompuBox shows it. The fight itself showed it. And this wasn't even a situation. This wasn't even, you know why it was so clean? It wasn't even a case where we saw the likes of Tank landing better shots, landing more damaging shots. And Lamont Roach had volume. This wasn't like that at all. They both had the same amount, roughly the same amount of landing. Lamont Roach had more volume in this fight. And he was also landing the better punches on the inside in exchanges. It was Tank who had more flurries of good successful shots, but it was Lamont on the whole, once rounds 8 and onward about, after keeping it close and taking some rounds away from Tank, in my opinion, taking the first 2 rounds away from Tank early, and surviving all 12 and taking it late, he won. He absolutely, in my opinion, he absolutely won. I didn't wish Tank's downfall, but love to see how he would recover, and but love to see how he will recover and how great he can bounce back from this. How great he can bounce back. This will be his test, absolutely. And again, I want to see him come back, but I'm not. It's not about in this situation. This is one of the rare situations. I fully see him coming back, absolutely. I want to see the rematch. I don't know if that's gonna happen, or at least not happen first. But it's not even about Tank coming back. It's about what Tank was in the eyes of boxing fans. And now this is where we are, and people don't know how to cope because they've invested so much in Tank's invincibility, not being realistic. That now with Tank having this fight and should have lost, the very thing that they did to downplay everybody else, downplay Shakur, downplay Devin Haney, downplay Ryan Garcia, downplay Canelo, downplay in a way, downplay the likes of Terrence Crawford, downplay Usyk. Now they are having that same thing happen to them in more justifiable fashion than we've ever seen with any situation. This is about as definitive as oh my gosh, you didn't win, as we saw with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia. It's about as definitive. It is about as definitive. And so, it's like they don't know how to cope. I want to see him. I still want to see him bounce back. Don't get me wrong. But now, not just against Lamont Roach, but you got to bounce back against the best of the best. You better not. You can't. Like, we were already saying that you can't go down after this fight. If you won, you couldn't go down. You cannot go lower than this if you're Tank. If you want to have any semblance of greatness. And then you went and did this, and you were going to fight Jake Paul afterwards? You weren't even going to fight one of the best at your division? You weren't going to go after a title? You weren't going to fight, shoot Abdullah Mason at minimum? This stupid mess? Nah, I'm not with that. I'm not with that in the slightest. You don't talk like you talk, and then you walk like a bum. You don't talk like a man, but you walk like a child. You don't do that. You don't talk like somebody that's about that life, and then you walk like a stupid, ignorant bum that don't got nothing to do with greatness. You can't say you great, and you can't even get up to the level of the basic greatness. Jake Paul was on your actual radar. I don't want to see that at all. That's my problem. It's not about him bouncing back. It's who he's going to bounce back against. You can't. Your bounce back's got to be somebody that is on your elite level. Because now, if you, with Lamont Roach beating you, should have beaten you. But I don't want to see, no. You can't say that you above the likes of Shakur. You can't say you above the likes of a Keyshawn Davis. You can't say you above the likes of a Lomachenko, of a T.O., of a Ryan, of a Devin. You can't say you above anybody now. You can't say you above anybody. You cannot say you above anybody. You fight Lamont Roach or you fight one of those 8 names. That's it. That is all you can do. Because anything less than that, is going to validate the very thing that this fight may have showed us. And I'm going to get to what that point is. But I got to go through all of your comments. Tank didn't get knocked down, but look at Mayweather versus Hernandez. Rousey. Yep, we brought that up. Yes, yep. See, we brought that up earlier. Thank you. I called you out. I shouted you out on that thing. I think Tank went blind like he did to Garcia. Like he did to Garcia and not Ryan Garcia. Understand him. He couldn't see. Remember, Ali versus Liston. Ali couldn't see either. Let's not forget that. Ali versus Liston, Ali couldn't see. But Ali didn't take a knee. Ali fought through the round and then went to his corner, got his eyes fixed over the course of a round or two, and then came back and beat him. But he didn't take a knee. Same situation, worse situation. Outright, this was like a happenstance. This was outright cheating on the side of Liston and his team. And he didn't take a knee. So like I've said, we've seen this before. Well, that ain't what you're supposed to do. And if Ali took a knee, it would have been called a knockdown. But he didn't. Because he had the wherewithal to stay up. Tank, brother, you know the rules. And you know that should have been a knockdown. Ain't no you pulled it out or nothing. Nah, you lost this fight. Without the knockdown, you should have lost this fight. With the knockdown, you definitely should have lost this fight. Absolutely. Watch, a referee interview said that the sole act of a fighter interrupting the fight to go to his corner unless the referee sends him is a disqualification alone. And the victory goes to the Lamont. So, are you kidding me? More and more, we are getting more validation that this is not a situation where Tank is in a close, respective affair from the standpoint of you can make an argument when he does. There were, by this metric, there are 3 to 4 ways that he should have lost this fight. Either by disqualification, with a knockdown, without a knockdown. So 3 ways. 3 direct ways that this fight should have gone in Lamont Roach's favor. 3 separate ways. 2 of them stemming from the same round. 1 stemming from the entirety of the fight. I'm not trying to just blow smoke. This is real. We're dealing with a robbery at its finest. Tank was looking beyond what was in front of him. He may have. I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Because we were saying that he was doing that for all the other fights. Frank Martin was supposed to be, after this, an elite fighter. Hector Garcia was supposed to be, after that, an elite fighter. After Ryan Garcia was supposed to be a consistent level of top competition. And all throughout, the only thing we've heard about Tank is his discipline in the ring, training, and him, by his own words, said he doesn't overlook opponents. By his own, everything I say, I never just say off of inferring for almost everything. Some stuff is, inferring and taking context and all that stuff and applying what I think is actually the case. But I put that with the stamp of this is me being skeptical, making a claim, nothing validated. I try to push that to make sure this ain't nothing that's just concrete. It's only what I think. But by Tank's words, I take every fight seriously. So no, I can't use that as an excuse to say, yeah, he looked past him. You lost the fight. You lost the fight. Pitbull is the rumor in some circles. He was in Tank's locker room, but not. If that was the case, he would have. If that was the case, and Pitbull was the man he wanted to rematch, he would have said, "Nah, not Jake Paul." But he said after Jake Paul, he went dead silent. But he looked at the reporter, then looked away, and then said, yeah, next question. And we know what that means when you go through next question. Either A, you're annoyed with the brother or sister who's asking you the question. B, which in almost every situation, you don't want to validate that claim. You want to plead the fifth of sorts. But like, no. He was going to fight Jake Paul. And I ain't even touched on that like I want to. But let's see. I'm telling you, I'm hot. Please leave a like on the stream because I'm gonna be sweating to Kingdom Come. I still want to hear your thoughts also, and I'm going through all your comments right now. But oh my gosh, I am livid. Appreciate it, John. Hey, look, I appreciate it. Even if you don't agree. Again, respect to your opinion. But I got to get this off my chest. Absolutely. Speak the truth. Don't hold back. I ain't holding back at all. Tank never unified his weight class. Never undisputed. Didn't fight anybody for his WBO belt, but rather got the belt emailed to him. No ambition and legacy. Pathetic. Boxing. See? Boxing won't miss him. I've been saying this for almost a year. And this ain't because I want to. It's because this is the reality. Tank has put himself in this very hole. This is what he has done to himself. This is something I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to spell out any type of agenda. This is what we have seen this. He did this to himself. I said Tank was going to do what Devin Haney did to Ryan Garcia. Overlook him because he fought him before the image. Maybe so. And again, credit to Lamont Roach. He, fighting him before, learned, adapted, and put a game plan that, should have won this fight. And if Tank did overlook him, that's on him. No question. But you still... But with what everybody was saying, myself included, even overlooking Lamont Roach, you should have been able to beat him. You should have. And you couldn't. What does that say about your actual skill level now? Not just Lamont Roach's skill level, which is, again, way better than we all thought and expected. Great. Props to him. Always going to give that credit. I'm never going to downplay his ability. Never again. Never again. Absolutely not. But I tell you what, with Tank, hold on the conversation. Steve Willis, he wet the bed. The moment was too big. And normally, he's good. He's great normally. I was like, I couldn't believe it. The only reason why I could see that as to even possible, similar to, what's old boy that got Barrosos knocked out when Barrosos was beating Rolly Romero? Box cut, heavy set black guy. We covered that fight when Barrosos had hurt Rolly Romero. I believe he knocked him down. Was getting ready to win. Got to the ropes, nothing landed, but Rolly Romero threw a flurry, and then the fight got called off immediately. And then it was like normally that brother who does the refereeing for that fight was good. I ain't seen him do it before. And it's like, nah, it's like shoot. But nah, wait, we got somebody new. Whoa, how'd I end up here? Well, I'm glad you're here. Welcome again to the Welch. How you doing? I'll fly spirit. Hey, man. Look, if it's your first time, welcome aboard. We all hot and upset reacting to the world of Tank Davis when he lost, in my estimation, to the likes of Lamont Roach. It was called a draw. We getting our old thing. But hey, if you're new, we talk about boxing and basketball and everything in between. We got a segment at the end of the show where we talk about anything outside the sports world and in the sports world. But hey, leave your comments. Hopefully you leave a like. Hopefully you stay, because we got a lot to say. I got a lot of comments to get through. We got a lot to say, and I would love to hear your thoughts as well. Just like, oh shoot, not just in boxing, but in general. How you been? How's your life? Hopefully y'all are doing well. Hopefully y'all are doing good. And so yeah, man, I guess all I can sub. Hey man, absolutely. Hey, it don't hurt. And I tell you what, if you come back, I guarantee you're gonna like what we got to offer. Mark my words. But my gosh, we got some people coming. That counterpunch was beautiful. Lamont's A-level. Look, Lamont Roach was counterpunching. He was tagging and catching the likes of Tank. When Tank would be Tank. Some part of Tank's offense is ducking down and coming through. Lamont Roach in his offense, a lot of it comes from the same stationary guard. And again, do that Philly show to catch stuff, and then boom, tag you with shots of his own. He can't. He had shown he couldn't get overzealous, but in this fight he didn't. And he was able to essentially meet and or beat Tank to the punch, win the later rounds from rounds 8 and on. Once they actually got on the inside. And when it went from Tank being able to close the distance with explosiveness to now they got to the center of the ring and genuinely like, okay, yeah, we here now. Ain't no closing the gap. It's now just meeting the gap with the right shot. Lamont, it was flawless. It was incredible. And he took shots in the process, but stayed up and landed significant shots of his own to always offset it. It was a risky gameplay, but my gosh, it was great. It was phenomenal. I loved it. Now, again, A-level, maybe a little bit overzealous because I had that brother as a C at best for me. But now, he's elevated many. He's elevated many. There ain't many A-level boxers on my list, so I can't put him there. But hey, B plus, you definitely there, and you can fight up to in A-level. That's the thing. Similar to Berlanga. Remember Berlanga and Canelo? How Berlanga was genuinely undervalued and justifiably so, because that brother had shown to be honestly to be a fraud and a hype job of better matchmaking early in his career. Knockout streak ended, hadn't gotten a knockout in 4 or so fights. Even his wins looked bad, and then earned a shot after knocking out McCrory to get Canelo. And we were all saying that fight shouldn't happen at all. Where's Dave Benavidez? Again with that whole thing. Berlanga had no business being in the ring with Canelo. Berlanga had no right to be in the ring with Canelo. Berlanga didn't even have a belt, an interim title, to be in the ring with Canelo. But he was in the sweepstakes, him and Munguia. Munguia got the fight, and then Berlanga got the fight afterwards with McCrory. And then boom, all of a sudden he showed his mettle and fought better than we ever expected. Berlanga still is not an A-class fighter. But he showed, hey, shoot, he better than he elevated some letters. I'll tell you that right now. His grade went up significantly. Same thing with Lamont Roach. He did his thing. I'm not going to take it away. I'm not downplaying anything when it comes to the likes of Lamont. Not for this thing. Yo, Lord Freezer, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in to the show. Tank's ashy legs. Yeah, touch the canvas. So it should be considered. It should have been. We're saying, we all agree. He should have been a knockdown. It definitely should have been a knockdown. And without the knockdown, he lost this fight. With the knockdown, that should have solidified that he lost this fight. Yeah, Roach's defense was tight, and we found out he got the best chin at 130 and got one of the best at 135. Are you kidding me? Oh, that was incredible. Are you kidding me? Showed everybody. Yo, he is the truth. And I want to see him again. He got more than my respect. Brother, I want to see him at 130. Go and try to unify 130. In fact, shoot, if you want to, with what you did this fight, in all honesty, vacate the belt. Go back and try to get your rematch. And if you can't get your rematch, go after this performance. Shoot, you might try to go and get Keyshawn Davis. You might as well. Because if you took the best, far and away the best fighter at this division, you took him to 12 and you should have beat him. You did beat him. You knocked him down and you did beat him. But now I can put you up against anybody. Oh, you directly in the elite of 135 now. You win the league with Shakur. You win the league with Keyshawn Davis. You showed. Like you showed it. You showed it. Regardless of how you may feel about where his rating is, you may feel that we're blowing this out of proportion. You may feel that we're jumping the gun. You can have your feelings, no question. But the core is he should be in that conversation. No question. And he deserves, if it ain't a fight with Tank, it should have been Tank his butt better rematch Roach. There better not be another fight I see. In fact, where's that? Even Haney, he's in that conversation with all of them. I want to see the rematch. Brother, I want to see the rematch. It's a must. But even Tank had said that rematch may not be next. And see, this is the very next point. This is the very next point I wanted to make. With Tank, this perfectly leads to my explanation. First, we want to see the rematch. No question. The rematch got to happen. Tank, you need to do, if there was any situation where you did what Floyd Mayweather did, this is one of those situations. Brother, we talked about see, full circle moment. If you were here, we've talked about this before. When Floyd fought close fights with Castillo and Maidana, when he should have lost to Castillo, and when he was in a close fight with Maidana, both situations and others, he rematched them immediately and beat the brakes off him. Tank, you got to do that now. You got to follow. You literally have to follow Floyd's footsteps and do that now. You got to do that now. There is no excuse. There is no tomorrow. There is no, we'll wait till 2026. But are you walking back your retirement thing? All of a sudden now you saying, maybe I don't need to retire. Maybe I got some more years. You are inconsistent. But what is it that you want? Do you want the money or do you want the legacy? Do you want the money or do you want the fights? Are you about ending it? Have you lost the love? Is the love still there? What is it that, like, this all of a sudden now changing your tune is contradictory to everything that you've been. Everything that you are. It's horrible. It's terrible. But regardless of which, we want to see the rematch. It's got to happen. Do what Floyd did. But he still got to do and fight the elite. And now when it comes to the elite of the elite, Tank is food for Keyshawn Davis. That's the sentiment that now people are starting to realize. See, many people when they heard me, Keyshawn's getting better each fight, no question he is. You saw what he did to Berinchik, and you saw what he's done to Lemos. So he definitely got more power than Roach. And Roach was able to sting Tank with some good shots. And he's got better defense. And he can take a shot too. He's got everything. And I wasn't called anything. But there were some sentiments when I brought that up that you overhyping Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn can't touch the brother. And granted, I said that I thought that Tank was better than him, but Keyshawn could give him a legitimate great fight. Now, there is no question that if Keyshawn Davis fights Tank Davis, there is a legitimate position where Tank could get knocked out. There's a legitimate position where Tank can get knocked out, where Tank is going to get beat and beat soundly. There is an entire possibility. I'm not, and this is me elevating what I said could happen. This is no longer just a 60-40 fight. That fight, it's not 60-40. This is now a 50-50 affair. Every fight at 135 and 140 now is a 50-50 affair. Every single one. Everyone. We can't say that. We can't say that Shakur can't do anything with Tank. You can't say that no more. You can't say that Tank is that Davis is too young and too inexperienced to fight the likes of Gervonta. You can't say that anymore. You can't say that Lomachenko couldn't take the power. You can't say that anymore. You shouldn't have said that before because Lomachenko had already fought the best Teofimo Lopez at that point in time. A prime Teo when he was knocking out everybody and didn't get knocked down and took his power and beat him second half of the fight but lost the 12th round to lose the undisputed title. But regardless of which, I don't want to hear that Tank is better than anybody. I don't like Tank is anything of like Lamont took prime Linares. He took prime, he made 4 people quit. Back to back to back to back. At his best, insane. Now, still insane. But I don't want to hear anything. Yep, you're right. Linares did have power. He definitely had power. That was a big threat in that fight. No question about that. But I don't want to hear anything about Tank being so far and away above anybody in his own division, let alone 140. Shoot, I dare say we can stop to talk about 140 in terms of can he win? Am I going overboard? Maybe so. Am I? You know what? For the sake of this, I'm gonna take the shackles off. For the sake of this, forget it. Forget being unbiased. Forget being contextually sound. Only for this one instance. Forget being an understanding of both sides in this scenario. Because this is, the core of this is heating me up. I'm mad. I'm actually mad. And this, I'm livid. And I'm trying to be as responsible as possible when it comes to telling you all exactly what in my opinion, the best opinions, takes, and valid points. Being running the what do you call it? Not towing the line, but carrying weight by being responsible. Absolutely. But if I really say how I feel in terms of being in the moment, I'm feeling that brother, I'm feeling that he ran. In the moment, I'm feeling that he ran. In the moment, I'm feeling this brother never wanted to fight anybody. All this stuff about how he ducked Lomachenko, or Lomachenko ducked him. Shakur scared of him. Everybody using his name for clout and all that stuff. Bump all that. Tank never wanted an opportunity against the elite of the elite. Tank only fought people throughout his entire career that he was set up to be. As in almost every single situation of a big time fight, which we talked about before, whether it's with the likes of Santa Cruz, Pedraza, Ryan Garcia, Barrios, it has been genuinely something was over the fight. Somebody was brought up in weight. Somebody was indeed weight drained. Somebody wasn't able to do what they normally do when they prep for the fight. All these different, there was always an asterisk on every single type of mega fight that we saw Tank be a part of. Not mega fight in terms of a normal Tank fight. I'm talking about get somebody that had some respect, somebody that had some accolades, somebody that had some skill, somebody that had some will, somebody that had some legitimate fervor, somebody that was indeed a great fighter in their own right, as known and accepted by the grander populace of boxing. They're genuine. There has not been a fight, a legitimate fighter that has stepped in the ring with Tank, that fight has not been surrounded in one way, shape, or form by some level of legitimate concern, hypocrisy, and or outright shadiness of the stipulations of the fight, the weight of the fight, the rehydration of the fight, the injuries coming into the fight, training camps, leaking information, all of this stuff on the side of Tank. Nothing. There's not been a thing. And again, when it comes to him fighting other elites, let's pump the brakes on exactly how we gauge who he would and would not be. Let's be careful. The triangle effect that we normally see people do in the world of boxing when they say if Lamont Roach did this to Tank, and if Shakur beats Lamont Roach, again, hypothetically, that means that Shakur is better than Tank Davis. Don't apply that. We've said this before. Styles makes fights. Understandable. Legitimate situations where a person's style may just be well equipped to beat him. Could that be why we saw Lamont Roach beat him? Understand. Absolutely. Arguably. No question. Again, with proper context. Absolutely. We've seen this before. Some people struggle with others and then breeze through everybody else because that one fighter just stylistically is hard to beat for them. But while that is indeed true, we can't use triangle effects when we say who's better than who. But we can say, at minimum, if you are a Gervonta Davis fan, if you are a Gervonta Davis supporter, you better tread lightly when you say anything about that you better than anybody. No, you're not better than any of them. Now, after this, I can't say that you better than any of them. I can't. Your talent's still your talent. No question. Absolutely. But I'm not going to sit here and say that you better than Alexa Tia if you fought. I'm definitely ain't going to say you better than Alexa Lomachenko. I'm definitely not. Keyshawn Davis, you and him could be right here. Dare I say on that fight, he could be above you. And this is not me trying to blow smoke and get all bent out of shape because, oh my gosh, somebody had a close fight. See, you have to understand, for those of you who are just tuning in, again, thank you. If you would, please leave a like on the stream. Absolutely. You got to understand, this fight at its core was not supposed to be competitive. This fight at its core was not supposed to be a fight that anybody had any semblance of care for. This was supposed to be on paper. And mind you, I was saying this. And I'm a brother that try to put everything in the best context possible. I was saying this was a fight that I didn't even want to watch. That's how lopsided this was. And this ain't like with Buster Douglas and Tyson, when Tyson was genuinely partying and doing all this stuff and having just lost himself in the sport, partially due to Don King, partially due to some other stuff. This ain't like that. This ain't like that at all. Tank you can say he didn't care. You can say he wasn't invested in the fight. Sure. He's not been invested in other fights also. We've talked about how one of the biggest things we talk about when it comes to Tank is how he's able to find a way to get driven for a fight if he doesn't care. We normally hold that against other people because they just go through the motions and they don't try to get any form of fire under them. Wasn't that what we say or what other people say about Tank? He always finds a way to get himself amped up for a fight. He finds a way to get himself invested. He finds a way to make himself indeed driven to knock you out. That's one of the things that we always say about Tank. He makes it personal. That's what social media and other boxing pundits say about Tank. He gets the fire. At some point in time, that switch flips and he is on to beat you. He is turned into Tank. And if he can't get there early, he gets there late, but he gets there. And when he gets there, you're done. That's what we have all been saying. That's what we've all been saying. And because of that, there is no excuse for this fight going the way that it went. There is no excuse for Tank struggling. This is a bona fide robbery that because of your status, you were gifted a draw. Yeah, gifted. You didn't earn a draw. You didn't fight to a draw. You were gifted a draw. CompuBox has you getting beat. Watching the fight has you getting beat. Your sweet spot of when you normally turn up, you got beat. Nothing should have had you winning. Nothing should have had you had a draw. Your status alone as a star is the only reason that your butt got able to win or not win, to get essentially a draw on two people's scorecards. And 113, 114 in your favor on one. And the only thing that messed you up was a ref and his essentially walking back one of his calls. That is the only reason. That is the only reason. If it wasn't for that and his status, he would have lost. And that's what I hate. That's really what I hate. But that's really, and when it really, what I want to get to is pound for pound. That's what I want to get to now. Boy, And this is why boxing is losing more viewers. It's a part of it. Again, boxing's coming back. We're getting quality people, quality fights on a consistent basis. But this is what we've been saying. You get fights with bad decisions. The audience isn't stupid. We don't want just the main man to win. We want to see the right man win, fan or not, because that makes for a more compelling, not just story, but it makes it so that you get more stars to be invested in. If somebody gets upset and beat, well, boom. Now I want to see my favorite fighter come back, and I want to see what this buddy's going to do going forward. Shocked us all. Let's see how great you really are now with this. Get a rematch going. Go after a title. Move up. Reign. All that stuff. Let's see how far you can go. That's what makes it great. And when you have decisions like this, oh gosh, it irks me. Irks me to no win. Let's see. Who Shakur beat? Also, Trey Friend, what's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm sorry. I'm not trying to miss everybody's comments. Please, I am so sorry. I don't want to make it so that I am just missing people. And so in Fight Buzz, yep, we covered that earlier. Looks like the draw may be overturned into a loss, and if it does, brother, people gonna be hot and livid. And so, but it's like, but real quick, let me make sure I'm seeing or clicking what we gotta click. But let's see, Trey Point. Let's see what you gotta say. Who Shakur beat that was elite? That makes him elite. Shakur opponents nowhere near as good as Tank's opponents. And yep. Well.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here. We got some problems here.
Hey now, this is what I've been waiting on. I've been waiting on this. I was waiting. I was waiting on the day. We here. This is. I was waiting on you all to show up. And by you all, I mean if you're a Tank fan or just fans in general, or more people with more contested feelings on this whole situation. Who Shakur beat that was elite that makes him elite? Shakur's opponents nowhere near as good as Tank's opponents. We've already gone through Tank's 5 best opponents. They were, again in no particular order, they were Leo Santa Cruz, Jose Pedraza, they were Mario Barrios, they were Ryan Garcia, they were Frank Martin. Put him there. He is a good fighter. No question. And then Gamboa. You could argue Gamboa. Some people use Gamboa. I don't. Some others do. Benefit of the doubt. We'll give you Gamboa, though Gamboa tore his Achilles in that fight. There is no world that Tank, who is he is a multi-division champion. Great. But who has not fought the best at 130 or 135 or 140 after getting to 140? When, mind you, if you have the likes of Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko, Keyshawn Davis, Abdullah Mason, all of them who were in the same division at one point in time. Now, Manuel Navarrete moved up, and you haven't fought not one of them. No, that's not great. And Shakur Stevenson, he beat Jamal Herring. He beat Oscar Valdez. He beat Jamal Herring in his prime. He beat Oscar Valdez in his prime. He's been a 3-division champion. He was about to fight the likes of Floyd Schofield. Already, those 3 names back to back to back for what they were at that point in time are better than Tank, or at least on par with Tank. And he's done it in less time. He already has 3 major fights, or he was getting ready to have 3 major fights on his resume. He could have 4 if he fights anybody, and I mean anybody, at 135 that is of reputable acclaim. Anybody. Because the division's full of them now. And so, we're saying, nah. Again, you can look at Oscar Valdez now. Sure. Lost to Navarrete, he's still good. But at that point in time, Oscar Valdez was good. We're not going to act like Oscar Valdez wasn't something good. We're not going to act like Jamal Herring wasn't a good win. We're not going to act like that we didn't see Shakur legitimately validate how good he was as a boxer coming up in the ranks of, what was it, 126, 130, now 135. We're not going to act like we just overlook that these people at that point in time were indeed at the top of their game. We're not going to do that. We're not going to act like that he took the belt from one of the best in that division at that point in time. You can talk about Oscar Valdez and Jamal Herring now, but don't let modern times blind you from what they were at that point in time. You can't do that. You can't do that. Because if you do, if I apply that to Tank, well, then Tank's more of a bum than he was already. If I want to go there, but I'm not. And Schofield played sick, absolutely. Well, actually, I don't think he played sick. I think he was actually sick. I don't think he played sick. I think that was like legitimately sick. Because him and Dubois both got sick. And it was like, okay, this ain't no fluke. Because if Dubois is doing the same thing that Schofield's doing, and Schofield got pictured in the hospital and all, it's like I don't think that was, from what I know, I don't think that was fake. But regardless of which, you can say what you want about Schofield as a talent. Schofield was still one of the better boxers in the whole of the division. Let's not act like Schofield, that fight wasn't a quality fight. Undefeated, 20-0, what was he? 22-0, 15 KOs, 18 KOs. On his resume, one of the more powerful boxers in the whole sport. People have been saying it was only all talk. Now fighting the likes of, going to fight the likes of Shakur Stevenson that would look to be at that point in time, before this whole stuff again fell through. We were like, okay, great, okay, all right. That's a good fight. That's a good opponent. That's a good matchup. So I'm not trying to ride for Shakur. I'm not. But we're not going to sit here and act like that, though Tank is a box office name, that his resume, though he's got more fights, is just outright clearing everybody. Or at least the likes of Shakur Stevens. It's not. It's not. It isn't. He's had more bigger profile fights. Ryan Garcia is of all boxers that both of them have faced, Ryan Garcia is probably the best pure opponent. It's either him or Oscar or Santa Cruz. So though Santa Cruz was moving up from, what was it, 118 to 130? 118, 120 something to 130? It was like, ooh, it's still, again, context is everything. But I'm not going to sit here and act like he was just blasé. Again, while Shakur has had less fights, he has been genuinely moving in the way that, okay, validates what we think his claim is as one of the best technical boxers in the world, and legitimately in line to be a real problem for the likes of Tank Davis, especially now. Especially now. Broke hands and all. It's still, yeah, he belongs in that category. And so I don't see where all of a sudden his resume is being diminished. Because Tank's resume, the best wins ain't all that either. They're not. When you look at them from the lens of what they were at that point in time, not just who the fighters were during that fight, but also the context surrounding that fight and everything about everything. All the asterisks, all the hype, all of their respective positions at that point in time in both rankings and weight classes, and they compared it to each other. Yeah. I mean, like, this isn't a shock. I don't know why all of a sudden Shakur is being dogged. I'm trying to figure out why Shakur is even being talked about in this conversation. When it comes to him being, when it comes to him and his resume. Bump resume at this point. Like at this point, if you want to bring up, like at this point, if you bring in up resumes now with Shakur, and we just said this is one of Tank's worst opponents to date, and he just got beat. Yeah, he did get beat. When it comes, and again, I did bring. I'm sorry, you right. I did bring up Shakur. I almost forgot my whole point. You right. I'll give it to you. I did bring up Shakur. We got on a tangent. I brought him up. I didn't get to talk about it like I want to. But what I was saying when it came to, and you said you was waiting for when Oh yeah. That's it. That's right. I did say that. Let me see. I'm gonna get back to your comment. Let's see. All right, John. I'm heading out. I'm gonna see you next stream. I'll let the homies know to subscribe. We Planet Never. You invited to cookout, brother. We make the best burger. Hey, yes sir. I want to see that Namekian sauce, that Namekian special. I can't wait to get y'all ribs, and I can't wait to shoot y'all macaroni and cheese. Better be popping. Is it gonna be green also when I get there? Oh boy, but nah, I appreciate it. Wait on, Lord Freezer. Lord Freezer, you the one going to Planet Never? Brother, wait a second now. Did you wipe out the planet and then now you gonna cook out on their land? You taking their names, or not names, you taking their word, their cookout and making it your own? How dare you? Where's Super Saiyan? Brother, we need you to come back and power up. We got ourselves a colonizer up in here. But now, Lord Freezer, I appreciate you pulling it through. Shoot. That's funny. But all right, I'll see you out and be safe wherever you are. Have fun. I'm glad you pulled through, and we're gonna catch you next time. Trust and believe. But oh shoot. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that is hilarious. That is funny. But we talked about a statue of planet like a vegetable. When you snatch that thing like a carrot from the ground. And then you oh shoot! You're taking the recipes and everything. Oh, I can't believe you. Terrible, horrible. My gosh. If there was any time to have Super Saiyan J come through here, this would be the time. I wish it was there. My gosh. But let's see. We still got. But I appreciate you coming through. Absolutely. But let's see. What's this whole Shakur situation? Let's stay on track with what you were talking about. And apparently, we got other people bringing up facts about it. Shakur has objectively accomplished more in boxing than Tank. I would agree. I definitely would agree. And you said you was waiting for people to come through when you played it down. I did. And Al Booger brought up a great point. Al Booger is making a point for me. I'm waiting on it. Because if you want to try to use resumes now, especially after this fight, as to why he is still on top, especially over the likes of Shakur and others. That is it's meaningless talking. Because Al Booger, again, he brought up the point before I could get there. Shakur is a 3-division champion. He's had legit belts. He's earned every belt that he's been in. And every fight that he has been against has been indeed, with that point in time, a top talent, a legitimate name, a reputable and respectable name, who's been experienced, who's accomplished in the sport, and has solidified themselves as separate from the rest in that division in some level of regard. We cannot say that about Tank. We can't. We can't say that about Tank. If we do, again, it is with the same ramifications that we were having with this Lamont Roach fight. Brought them up, or the same ramification with the Ryan Garcia fight, injured and weight drained, and a bunch of other behind-the-scenes stuff that, as we've talked about with the likes of Terrence Crawford, which is why Terrence Crawford has said he doesn't like the likes of Tank Davis as a person. As a fighter, he respects him. No question. I still do. But when it comes to him as a person and how he moves in the boxing scene, this isn't me saying this. This is Terrence Crawford saying this. Go look at the interview on Cigar Talk. No question. He moves and operates in every metric that he can control. As in, if it is not in his control in terms of how the fight goes, where the fight is, the stipulations surrounding the fight for him and his opponent, he is not taking that test. That's why he, in the words of Terrence Crawford, quoting him, that's why he'll never fight at 154. That's why I'll never fight at 147. Shoot, that's why I'll never fight at 140. Because he can't control it. And this fight was indeed controlled. This fight was the epitome of everything we've been saying about Tank. Validating everything that we've been saying, or everything that Terrence Crawford said about Tank also. This fight literally validated what he said about him. This fight was built to be a knockout win to then get Jake Paul to fight Tank. That's what this fight was. Tank, without saying anything, literally avoiding the question, validated that very claim. Why do you think Jake Paul went about and did a whole a whole direct, like today, did a whole social media thing, punching and boxing a poster of Tank Davis on a runway strip, hitting that brother in the nuts and then stepping on his face? Why do you think he did that? Because this was supposed to be, you win and then you fight me. That's what the epitome of controlling everything. A systematic way to get the most money without any sort of test. That's been the biggest complaint about Tank. He had no test. He has had no test that fit the bill of where he is and what he is as a boxer. And now with somebody who was indeed seen as, again, Jay Riggs brought it up, maybe Tank overlooked him, maybe all this stuff happened. I definitely overlooked who Lamont Roach was in terms of I respected him as a champion, knowing what he was as a boxer. Also, I felt there's no way he can beat him. He shouldn't beat him. He doesn't have the tools to beat him. Lo and behold, he was robbed of a win. So now we're saying that somebody that you overlooked has everything that who doesn't have everything that we say about the people that are actually on your level when it comes to Tank and other boxers like T.O., like the now Ryan Garcia at 140, like the Keishans and Shakurs of the world. When we say that about them, and this brother who doesn't have those same abilities, doesn't have that same level of skill set, beats you, and he was robbed of a win, then there is nothing that shows me that now, all of a sudden, when we look at Shakur and others, they wouldn't be able to either A, at worst, draw with you, or B, at best, beat you outright. You can't say that. And we can't use resume anymore as a means for why this ain't happening, or as a means for why, he's just automatically better. It's just not the case. It's just not the case at all. Tank's resume has not been something that is any way, shape, or form respectable for what he is as a boxer. He is a multi-time champion. He has fought some good names. He has fought some great names, but drained them or put them in a situation where they are well under what their skill level is. Or well under what their capabilities are because of the circumstances of said fight. This is not a situation where we are just trying to say Tank is a bum because he's a bum. I have not said that at all for the entirety of me covering Tank's career on this show up until today when I talk about how he has been moving. And even then, I've been calling him a bum with the way that he moves. Just like I called Tyson Fury a bum with the way that he moved. Just like I called Canelo a bum with the way that he moved. Of his last 4 fights. So I'm being consistent with this. This brother ain't done a thing. And this man may indeed be a fan or may have a lot of fans in the boxing regime. Like you say, people may idolize Tank, may have him in his room and all that stuff. You can be a fanboy, no question. Love that. Absolutely. But that doesn't change what we're witnessing or what the reality of the situation is. Tank is no longer separate from the rest. And if anything, especially with the way that he's been moving, people were struggling, even fans of his were struggling to keep him in pound for pound top 10 contention. Before this fight, people were saying that he was indeed pound for pound, but had him low. They did. And it was a struggle to keep him there. And I made arguments for why he shouldn't be there. I did my research, did everything I needed to do. I broke it down sublimely over the course of a bunch of times. Now, there is no question he's no longer pound for pound. Oh, there's none whatsoever. Oh, there's none. Oh, there's no excuse. Oh, I don't got to argue with nobody now. He ain't in the top 10, period. He's still Tank Davis, sure. Phenomenal boxer. Still beats a lot of people. Ain't nowhere close to the fact I was arguing that pound for pound was a lofty goal. And if you win it, you at the bottom rung. And I took him out. I had him up in this. I had him up in pound for pound when he fought and beat Frank Martin. That was great. And then he took this fight. And I was like, there's no way. And now with you losing or aptly losing this fight, robbing Lamont Roach of a victory when you indeed lost this fight 7-5, at best, at worst, 8-4, with the knockdown that wasn't counted. Scrub that away. Wipe it away. Forget. Like, it's, we laugh at even the notion. At least I do. This brother, he didn't earn it before with his resume. He was walking in on talent alone, dominating people that he should have dominated. Now with this fight, oh gosh, no. Oh gosh, no. Oh no. And again, if you, and pound for pound subjective, we've talked about this before. If you have him top 8, somewhere in there, hey, I respect it. But with what I was saying about him in pound for pound, for me, and the criteria I had, which again, we broke down on the last show. I believe we broke it down on the last show what my definition for pound is. To help paint a legitimate framework rather than just being vague. At least for why I say what I say. To help you all, again, see the reasoning behind, my thought process and everything. Understand? And so, again, trying to be as transparent as possible. With that same framework, Tank just makes it or isn't in it outright. Again, I had, not Tajiri, Taraji. Tenashi, Jiraji, is it Kiyoshi or Kenhashi Taraji at 10? And then I had Benavidez at 8 because of what Benavidez had been doing off of that framework. Tank was still close. Now, for me, it's solidified. He shouldn't be there. And if he does ever want to get back there, I believe that he's got there. He can't fight anybody else that isn't Lamont Roach and or any of the champions at 140 anymore. And I'll be honest. Excuse me. So sorry. I will be honest. This isn't me. I don't want Tank to fail, but I want Tank to be consistent. And Bebo dropped Benavidez in sparring match. What? Hey, apparently, the same brother that said that came out with a correction. It wasn't Bebo that dropped Benavidez. It was actually Benavidez that dropped Bebo. I can't remember the guy's name, but it was the white dude. He was in his car, and he was talking about, I said that Bebo dropped Benavidez with a shot, with a jab to the head. I misremembered. I'm sorry. What actually happened in sparring was Benavidez dropped Bebo with a jab in sparring. Beautiful jab. Again, his words, not mine. I can't remember the brother's name. White hair, kind of spiked up, was in his car, was talking to a camera, kind of shaky, still clear. And so it's like that fight's gonna be spectacular. And so you heard the opposite. So see, great. Find out. We'll find out after the show. Absolutely. Again, I'm saying what I heard. You saying what you heard. No question about it. Either way, I'm excited for that fight if that fight does take place. Absolutely. But I'll validate it. I'll validate it to make sure. Because again, we are going to talk about B-Ball and others. I believe probably a week or two from now. No question. So I'll validate that to make sure I've heard right. Because if I've heard wrong, please, absolutely correct. No question. But regardless of which, when we look at this whole situation, again, with Tank and all, Tank, in my opinion, is definitely not pound for pound anymore. And if he wanted to get back to pound for pound, he would have to fight and beat not just Lamont Roach, but also have a situation where he's fighting elites and only elites, title holders and nothing. He can't take a step back. And the very fact that he was setting up to fight Jake Paul is really, really egregious when we were all sold the idea that he was going to call out a legitimate, big-time, respected, championship caliber name of one of the four kings of the modern day within that sector area that indeed Tank was in the midst of at 135, but never actually fought outside of Ryan Garcia with the Devin Haney's, Teofimo Lopez's, and others. And now we were sold, or essentially validated, he was going to fight Jake. It really puts a real sad stamp on what the whole of this essentially facade of greatness that's been curated. And I don't use facade lightly. It's real. It's a facade of greatness. Because he hasn't proved anything. And with a fight that he was supposed to win easily, he got beat. Genuinely got beat. And so no longer can we say that he's just going to mop the floor with any of the elites. No longer. Because all of them are better than Lamont Roach. We know that. And this is a situation where, yeah, brother, there is no more, your talk means nothing to me now. That's the biggest thing. Your talk, not only, you should have an O on your resume, and you still may have an O. And if it gets overturned in this fight and somebody sees it, please post it in the chat so I can go and pull it up on here to validate. But your words mean nothing to me. They stopped meaning something to me for a long time because your actions ain't backing up anything. You got away with it because you were winning and winning dominantly. But now, after this, I don't want to hear it that you are the best in the world, that you're an all-time great, that you're better than the rest, you're the best, you're the face of the boxing, you're the face of the sport. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. Because this same cherry-picking type situation that you were doing, that got you this garnered level of support, that showed your talent always in the best light because it wasn't against people that could actually test you. Now you got tested and you got essentially exposed. You did. You got exposed in a cherry pick gone wrong by a brother that, from all perspectives, even from my standpoint, shouldn't have given you trouble. So yeah, either you fight, not just rematch and beat Lamont, but you got to go and fight the rest of the elite as well at 135. We won't even talk about the higher weight classes. Handle your business in your own. Do what you got to do and prove yourself in your own division. And then we can talk. And see, you're still talking about who Shakur tested. I just gave you the names that he fought that validated what he was. I just gave you that. He handled Haratunian better than Frank Martin when he beat Haratunian. And Haratunian is a good fighter, good Olympian. That was one of the good wins that I had with Frank Martin, leading up to the likes of Tank. I'm not saying Haratunian is a world beater. That's a good win. It was a good win for Frank Martin, and Frank Martin was a good win for Tank Davis. And again, I'll ask you, who has tested Tank? Let me ask you, who tested Tank? Leo Santa Cruz, phenomenal fight. Absolutely, loved it. No question. In the last 5 years, in the last 3 years, who's tested Tank? Who's tested Tank? I've given you who Shakur proved himself to. I've given you who validated what Shakur was. I've given you who was about to further validate what Shakur was, potentially, before the fight got canceled with Floyd Schofield, regardless of how you feel about Floyd Schofield. But let's go to you. Who has tested Tank? And mind you, I am not giving Lamont just credit. I am saying he beat him. I am saying he blew my expectations out the water. I am saying he showed what he was as a fighter. I am saying I was wrong. I have not taken anything away from the likes of Lamont Roach in his fight. This is great. I want to see more of him. He deserved this win. He should be champion. He did everything right. And he's a better fighter than I anticipated in the slightest. No question. Absolutely. Absolutely. He is not a slouch. He is a good fighter. He's a great fighter. Based on this last one, he's a great fighter. But we also have to understand, just like when it came to the likes of Berlanga, which is the most, which yeah, exactly. See, you get what I'm saying? And when it comes to also with the likes of Edgar Berlanga. Edgar Berlanga coming into that fight with Canelo is the most one-to-one comparison for a bad fight in the modern day, in the past year or two, that should not have happened. It shouldn't have happened. He was not deserving, at least not nearly as deserving as others in that same division. He was not David Benavidez, who we wanted to fight. He was not any of that stuff. He had been bad, genuinely bad, for his last 3 or 4 fights. And all of that was to show that when he stepped up, oh shoot, he showed me something I didn't expect in the slightest. All credit to Edgar Berlanga. I want to see him fight again. He lost that fight. He definitely lost that fight. But he put up a way better type of competitive affair than I ever thought he was capable of. Hence, there is nothing but credit to give. We led this show off with credit. We led this show off with talking about what Lamont Roach showed us. He shut us all up. Lamont Roach shut everybody up. He shut me up. He shut every other pundit, every boxing expert, every genuine social media personality. He shut them all up. He shut us all down. And he showed, yeah, you all took me lightly and didn't value what I was. Absolutely. And I'm wrong. No question I'm wrong. And I'm happy I'm wrong. But that doesn't change. The core of this problem is the fact that when we look at Tank and Tyson Fury and Canelo and any other great that we talk about in the sport of boxing, he called out Showbiz directly. He called out is it Ray Jackson on Twitter, who one of the biggest Tank fans out there. I know that brother hot. I know that brother steaming. That brother is living. Oh gosh, he's living. But he called everybody out and he shut us up. No question. I'm happy that he shut me up. But as great as that is, we have to look at this and understand. Jay Riggs, Al Booga, L741L, and everybody else in the chat, Rusty Cage, Lord Freezer, Trey, everybody was all saying we didn't want this fight to happen because it was the same. It was the same timeline as what we saw with the likes of Canelo versus Berlanga. This wasn't a fight that was valuable. It wasn't a fight that needed to happen. You're fighting not just below your weight class, but from a brother that ain't nowhere close to being looked at as, yeah, he's ready. Like I said, this wasn't a Bam Rodriguez or Junto Nakatani situation at all. Where it's like, yo, he's ready to move, and when he does, it's gonna be fireworks. He has earned the right end of respect to say, yeah, let's see him compete at 130 or 135. This ain't even like the fact with Sugar Ray Leonard when he was at welterweight. When it was like, yo, this better prove this medal. Marvin Hagler called him out, and Marvin Hagler was at middleweight, and he's like, yeah, let's make it happen because he proved how great he was at the division. To where, like, similar to Terrence Crawford, if anybody can give me a run for my money, brother, you about that life, let's see you come up here. Let's make it happen. We two of the best in the world right now. I can't get down there. This is my weight class, but brother, I know you can get up here. Let's do it. You that special. This wasn't like that in the slightest at all. This was a one-sided beatdown that was supposed to be just a literal, another tune-up. We had complained about tune-ups with Tank in the past. To fight somebody, a tune-up for a tune-up for a tune-up. Hector Garcia was a tune-up for Frank Martin, apparently, who was supposed to be a tune-up for one of the elites at 135, but now apparently he was a tune-up for Lamont Welch. And Lamont Welch was supposed to be a tune-up verified by now Tank Davis for Jake Paul. This was a tune-up for a tune-up for a tune-up for a tune-up for a bump fight. And we said we had problems with it. All of that contextually was why we hated this fight. We knew this fight wasn't. If you were a matchmaker making this fight, there's no way you could sell this as a competitive affair. On its face, you couldn't. Because with all respect to Lamont Roach, now, with all respect to him, now, he wasn't that when this fight was announced. Don't act like Lamont Roach was something of a world beater on Tank's level when this fight was made. We're not gonna act. I'm not gonna play revisionist history and walk back what I said about Lamont Roach. I called that brother, in terms of with Tank, nowhere close to his league. I called that brother flat-footed. I called that brother, you won't be able to track Tank. You don't got the speed to deal with Tank. You won't be able to take his power. Your combinations, you get overzealous. You get thrown off balance. You are susceptible to counters left, right, and center on the side of Tank Davis. Lamont is going to die within 5 rounds. I believe that's what I said outright. That's what I said. Because that's what Lamont has shown. Those same tendencies against somebody of the caliber of Tank in terms of what we see him as was all valid as, yeah, Tank should mop the floor with him to the point that this shouldn't have been a fight that was made at all. That's what I was saying about Lamont Roach. I never minced words about it. I gave him his respect as a champion, and I said, you are nowhere close to this level of talent. You are not on the radar of anyone's, forget pound for pound, the best in your division. Wasn't even solidified as you being the best at 130. What makes you think, or what makes us think that we should have you, just because you're a champion, as a means to be qualified to beat the likes of Tank Davis? It was not on the cards because it did not add up. The fact that Lamont Roach proved me wrong, I am happy. But that does not mean what this fight was indeed a bad fight that turned into a great fight, that turned into an upset because Lamont Roach proved us wrong. But what Lamont Roach was in the grand scheme of the sport before this fight was nothing like what he is now. It is a literal night and day difference in the public's opinion of Lamont Roach, from both casual and from historians, purists, hardcore fans. Everybody is flipping the page because we didn't expect Lamont Roach to be able to be this good. With casuals, it's because they never heard the brother. And with hardcore, it's because we watched this brother and we said you couldn't do it. And he did it. So this is indeed why, when it comes to Tank now, his resume is very much in question. His greatness is not great. It is flashy. It is not great. It is exciting. It is not great. I don't believe we should be in the pound for pound conversation anymore, especially after this. And I think the only way that he gets there, now he's got to face off against the people that were initially the same folks that he downplayed as, you're not worth my time. You are not big enough in terms of name. You're not good enough, and you can't bring me no money. But Jake Paul, because he can bring you money, is great. Would y'all have been in line with that? And now that we know that this is what was being set up, no, it's horrible. I have said time and time again, you've got to prove yourself when it comes to greatness. You've got to solidify your status with bodies that matter, with bodies that make you indeed separate from the rest. And with Tank, he doesn't have that. He is on par with the likes of Shakur. And Shakur only got 22 fights on his career. From a resume standpoint, that's the problem. That's the issue. That is the crux of this whole thing. We're not going to play revisionist history and start hyping up people that weren't great. We're not going to also downplay people that were actually good. We're not going to do that as the core of what they were. Tank's resume it's never been great. It has been lacking any sort of substance. Shakur's resume, for him being younger, less time in the sport, has been moving quickly and is already matched, at minimum matched, relative to what his status is as a boxer. The quality names that are indeed good and was already improving. So, Tank, now, forget pound for pound, can Tank beat Keyshawn Davis? We got to ask that question. And real boxing fans could see Lamont Roach's validity. Casuals were surprised because they're not qualified. I try to deem myself as an educated boxing fan. I talk to other boxing fans. I've talked to others or looked at other people that know more than me. Other experts, other pundits, other writers, or whatever the case may be. All of them. Because I don't know everything. Understandable. But even those that didn't know him also said that this fight was bad and also said that this fight had no substance at all. And the very fact that he struggled all of a sudden exposed us to we have to start to question what Tank is as a quality boxer. And is he really better than everybody that we've been saying? Is he really better than the likes of Keyshawn Davis? Is he really better than Shakur? All of a sudden, Shakur's boxing don't look as unbeatable or as beatable, does it? All of a sudden, Keyshawn Davis's power doesn't just look like a blasé threat that is just empty words, does it? All of a sudden, we're starting to question why he didn't give Isak Cruz a rematch. Does it? All of a sudden, we're starting to question what at 140 could you actually do? And I was the one that was saying that Tank could fight at 147 because he's got that great of a skill set. Well, now I got to ask, what is the skill set really? Because we have been going off of that skill set off of, in all actuality, if you want to put Pedraza and Leo Santa Cruz as his best wins, that was what, 5 years ago from a technical perspective. Who Keyshawn beat? See this right here. See, and this is the problem. Keyshawn Davis is already a champion in less than 20 fights. I believe less than 20 fights. He has knocked out a 168-pounder who ballooned up intentionally. He has genuinely showed his mettle. And like I said with Shakur, relative to where he is in his career, compared to where Tank is, from the standpoint of Tank's been in the sport longer. Tank has been more experienced. Tank is almost 30-something. Keyshawn Davis is I believe, what, 24, 25? Lower than that. We're not going to sit here and act like that all of a sudden Keyshawn is just a blasé name. In all actuality, if you don't value who Keyshawn is beating, and if you don't value how he has legitimately looked like a mega threat in the division, do you respect the championship that he has around his waist? Do you respect the title that he holds? Same thing with Shakur. If you want to talk about Shakur's resume, fine. That's your opinion. But do you respect that he is a champion in the division? Hold on, excuse me. I didn't answer the question. You're making excuses now. Who has Keyshawn beat on Tank level? Nobody. He hasn't. He has not. From a talent perspective, he hasn't beat somebody that is on Tank's level. Great. That's fine. That's all well and good. Do you respect the title that he has around his waist? And if he is holding a title and you do respect it, would that not mean that he has earned the right to be in the conversation at minimum? And at best, with the talent that he has shown in his lead up to a championship and ultimately a championship? Do you respect that he is a legitimate threat to Tank's resume and to take Tank's belt? You can say who he hasn't beat. What do you think about the fighter? I just answered your question. And appreciate you. Tank is 30, Shakur is 27, and Keyshawn's 26. Both of them are on pace to beat what Tank has done from a resume standpoint by the time they hit 30. And 30 is supposed to be where Tank is really amping up stuff, and he hasn't. But that's a whole other conversation. When we look at, but I answered your question. I said, I brought up Keyshawn. You asked, who has he beat that's on Tank's level? I said nobody. Perfectly fine. Do you respect the talent that Keyshawn Davis has and the belt is around his waist? And do you not concur that Tank has to fight Keyshawn Davis? Because at this point in time in Keyshawn's career, he is one of the biggest threats in the division. For him specifically. Do you not also respect the title around Shakur's waist? And that Shakur is one of the biggest threats to Tank's career. And he needs to fight him to validate Tank's place in this division. After this performance with Lamont Roach. So let's get away from the hustle and bustle. Let's get away from the hype. Let's get away from all the other stuff. Let's strip it down to what it is right now. With how you saw Tank, with what you saw, I'm not even gonna say how we saw Tank fight against Lamont. With what we saw Lamont be able to do to Tank Davis. How a lot of us are saying that he should have won. Which again, you haven't said that Tank didn't not lose his fight. You haven't, I believe, throughout the chat, you haven't said that Tank won this fight. You haven't said that it was a bad decision. Or you haven't said that it was the right decision. Nor have you said, when I've said that Lamont Roach beat him, that is invalid. So I believe that you believe that as well. So because you do, and anybody else who values Tank and his talent, which I still do, does that not mean that now, all the talk that we have been saying about Tank and everybody else in the division not being worth anything now is completely null and void? And the only way for Tank at this stage to prove what he is to actually fight the people that are indeed on that championship on that championship bar. And if he doesn't, we can't sit here and say that Tank is indeed all that in a bag of chips like we've been saying. If you can validate that, great. But if you can't, then to be perfectly honest, it sounds like you're blowing smoke. Because I'm not trying, this isn't cope. This is legitimate. This is a legitimate timeline to what we are witnessing right now. Genuinely it is. And you say Tank not proven, but then you say Keyshawn Davis haven't beat anybody on Tank's level. And you keep leaving out the other aspect. I say relative to where they are. See, I think, if you go back and look at a past episode, way back, I went through Tank's career. And I said, Leo Santa Cruz, Pedraza, Gamboa, though Gamboa was injured and all that stuff, was indeed, at that point in time, on the right track quality. Great. Cool. Absolutely love it. No question. It fit the bill. He's up there. He's exciting. He's fighting people that are again, if we take away all the context around the fight, at who they were, it wasn't indeed a good fight. It's like, okay, cool. I'll give you I still stand by that. But then, like with Canelo, he stopped. We've talked about this before. Like with Canelo, he stopped. He stopped pushing. He stopped chasing. He stopped trying. When he fought Ryan Garcia, great. Loved it. But from a technical perspective, that was my biggest gripe. It wasn't that just fighting big names. Because Rolly Romero was a big name. And Rolly Romero was a bump. Are we wrong? Rolly Romero was a bump. Like he is. As a fighter, he's not great in the slightest. But when we look at Tank as Tank, we're like, we can all this stuff about him and his cachet. Whether you want to pocket watch, Yeah, fans vote with their wallets and all that stuff. It's perfectly fine. That doesn't change the fact that when somebody's a threat, somebody's a threat. And you still, I don't care how much you may devalue somebody, but you got to prove yourself against the threat. You got to. And see, Rolly is a bum with power and no chin. But the best smack talk, see, and Tank beat him. And we gave him credit, did we not? Some people have that as one of his best wins because Tank's like, yo, that's the hardest puncher I've ever faced. Great. It's still a bump. As a fighter, he's a bump. He is not a great fighter at all. We know this. We've established this both before Tank and after Tank. It was just entertaining because the brother genuinely was an athletic freak and had pop. No. See, I was with going through and having conversations with others. I'm not conversating that. No, Rolly is a bump. Rolly is a bump. Rolly is absolutely a bump. There is no question in my mind. He has sold his ability because his mouth has been able to talk his way into mega fights. Disrespectful, constantly berating people, being so loud and entertaining that people just can't miss TV. Yeah, but no, he is a bump. There's no question about that. No question. But he was about to get knocked out by Barrosos. And then got knocked out by Isaac Cruz. The ref robbed a KO, not even KO, ref robbed a whole fight from Barrosos against Rolly Romero. And then he got beat by Isaac Cruz, who knocked him out whole. But no, he is a bump. From a standpoint of are you holding that as a valuable win? Are you holding that as a valuable win? Are you holding that as one of the best wins on Tank's resume? Are you holding Rolly Romero as one? Are you holding Rolly Romero as one of the best wins on Tank's resume? Are you holding Rolly Romero as one of the better wins on Tank's resume? If you are, judo's great. Judo ain't boxing. Judo is not boxing. It's a phenomenal, it's an incredible type of martial art. It ain't boxing. We've seen this multiple times in the UFC. Practitioners of other sports coming into the sport of boxing, and then it don't work out because it's a completely different thing. I respect it, no question. Black belt, no. Do you value Roller? If you are hype, if you are saying he's not a bump, are you valuing that as a quality win? A good win. Well, not even quality. A good win on the side of Tank Davis. Because if you are, that's not the question. I didn't say he's not the best, but he's not a bump. I asked, are you valuing Rolly Romero as one of the better wins on Tank's resume? Because I gave you all of his best. And I said, contextually with other fighters, they have matched him when it comes to their resumes respectfully at that stage in their career. But if you are valuing Rolly Romero as one of the top wins, as a good win in Tank's career, from the standpoint of, yeah, we hold that in some sort of good esteem. And anything more than just, yeah, he was supposed to beat him. He beat him. We move on. Then that tells me everything I need to know. For me. Because I can't see anybody, and there has not been anybody that has held that win as anything other than, yeah, oh, you remember when he knocked him out? Great. Yeah, you did. Move on. Because there wasn't nothing to talk about. Because it was, yeah, he did what he was supposed to do. Because Rolly Romero is not great. That is the consensus. If you feel differently, I got my black belt from Walmart. I got my black belt from Walmart. I got mine on sale. Oh, shoot. I got my black belt in Ross. Shoot, I got a black and brown belt. Guess what? I can flip and choose which one I want on any given day. Oh, with. So I mean, it's again. We like. I got a gray belt, a black belt, an orange belt, a red belt. Shoot, at this point, give me John Jones. At this point, put me in the UFC. Forget Tom Aspinall. Forget Demetrius Johnson. Put me in the UFC. Let me see what you got. Come on, Makachev. Huh? I got belts you ain't seen before. You think? But and again, in all seriousness, we're beyond resumes. We're bringing up the fighter as a whole. You can say what you want about them as their resume. Fine, I'll leave you to that. But I want to ask you, the public, when we look at the standpoints of who the best of the best are at 130 now, or at 135 now, there's no, regardless of how you feel, is it not understood that you got to show your mettle against those that are deemed as indeed on your level, regardless of whether you think they are or are not. And I say that because weren't we just saying that with Mak Vadaliv, who's now fighting Inoue, who people were saying, "Hey brother, you ducking," even though Inoue had gone through 118, or excuse me, 115, 118, 120, and 122, had become undisputed in 2 weight classes, had beaten 1 through 5, starting at 1 with Stephen Fulton and working his way back down, was getting ready to fight number 5 in Sam Goodman before he inevitably got cut yet again. But then he was handling all of his business, beating Tapalas, beating Fulton, beating Lewis Neary, and then was getting flat because he wasn't fighting Mak Vadaliv. Yeah. Well, we may devalue Mak Vadaliv in terms of who he is comparative to Inoue, because of what Inoue had shown and what Mak Vadaliv had shown, it was still, hey, if Mak Vadaliv is indeed there and you are not going, or you can't go and fight anybody else, you better face him. Because you are going through and saying, yeah, I don't need to fight him because I'm facing off against quality opposition, which Inoue was. Yes, indeed. No question. Nothing to gripe about. But now that Goodman fell through and there's no other real big threat in the division outside of Mak Vadaliv that Inoue needs to fight that is ranked higher than ranked higher than others in that division, guess what? We say, hey, now that he's been calling you out and he has indeed shown some stuff, at least a little bit of stuff at minimum, and he's the only viable option, are you going to fight him? The heat started rising, did it not? Mak Vadaliv got brought up more and more in this very chat, did he not? Were we not seeing more often Mak Vadaliv's name get brought up as legitimate conversation, as legitimate threat level, as legitimate, I want to see that fight? That's what we were doing, because it was building up to where, hey, now he is turning more and more unavoidable. So you, at some point in time, unless you move up, or unless Junto and Bam come through, if you can't get Sam Goodman, who was your mandatory, now you got to do what you got to do. And now talks are working and he's doing it. I'm holding the same standard for Inoue that I'm holding for Tank. So now that we have that out the way, if Tank now is where Tank is there is no excuse for him not to be fighting the best in the division anymore. There is no excuse for, I don't care how you feel about their resume. I don't care how you feel about their talent. At this point, with him getting beat and against a fighter that he should not have lost to, when we were looking at this fight, there's no semblance of reason not to say that Shakur can beat him. And it's a 50-50 fight. That Keyshawn Davis can knock that brother out. And it's a 50-50 fight. That Lomachenko, we can't say, there is no excuse not to say that Lomachenko couldn't beat him. There's no excuse to say that, hey, Lomachenko might shoot, prime for prime, Lomachenko might have actually been able to beat Tank. Instead of us saying Tank would have gotten him. No, We can't say that no more. We got to now put, if there was any time to hold his feet to the fire, but it's got to be now. But you got to go and, the threshold has been set. It's Lamont, Roach, and then elite quality champions at 135. I'm not even bringing up 140, just 135. And then after that, it's that or bust. It's that or bust. It's that or bust. There is no other option. If he takes any other fight that isn't of those caliber, what point is there for us to watch? So we can get an easy win and get back on track? Even though it was called a draw? It might not get overturned. Let's not forget that. So what? If he keeps going through this, when he's got 6 bodies that he can face back to back to back to back, now that he apparently says he wants to fight for longer than 2025, well, you got time now. So let me see. But let me see. Ironic you say Tank has challenged himself. Hold on, let me see. Ironic you say Tank has challenged himself to fight tough fights. But when we see Rolly challenge himself to give fans good fights, you call Rolly a bum. See, no. And Jay Riggs, I feel you on that. I feel you. I understand the sentiment. Rolly Romero, again, takes on a lot of bodies. Rolly Romero takes on a lot of bodies. He does. But he has lost against, there is a drastic drop-off in the bodies that he's fought and won versus the bodies that he's fought and lost, though he's fought everybody. Like I said, he's getting in the ring with Ryan Garcia. Love it. He is fighting Ryan Garcia in May, in New York, in Times Square. Absolutely. He is taking on big names, no question. He's taking on fights. He's taking on threats. He is. Is he not, Jay Riggs? Is he not? Is he not? Rolly Romero has been taking on the best opposition. But he's lost. He's lost soundly. And so, I'll walk back the bum statement then. I'll give credit where credit is due. I'll walk back the bum statement. Rolly Romero isn't a bum from the standpoint of he's just a terrible fighter. From the standpoint, from what, again, I didn't give the context of what I was saying, bum in the sense of. In the context of just the whole of the sport, no, Rolly Romero's not a bum. He does everything you want him to do. Talks, sells, makes a fight. He'll get in the ring with big time names. Absolutely. And he will make it entertaining. He will. We love that. We love that about him. But at the same time, while he's not a bum in all respects, when we're talking about the elite status of boxing, he is considered a bum. Because he does not belong there. Like I've said before, he has talked his way into these mega events with fighters that are indeed well better than him. And in no way has he come out on top. And if anything, even his comeback fight against the likes of Barrosos, he was getting whooped from pillar to post and then was literally gifted a title belt when he was getting ready to get knocked out. And a premature stoppage that didn't make no sense at all. It should be Barroso should be champion, arguably right now. And when he fought against another borderline elite to elite fighter, at least at that point in time, in the likes of Isak Cruz, again, at that point in time, he got knocked out and completely dominated. So he's not a bum in the grand scheme. But we have established that when it comes to the elite of the elite, which is where he is constantly in fights with, he does not belong there. But because he can sell, he is going to get those fights. And if anything, if I'm being completely honest, the biggest reason why he's getting this fight with Ryan Garcia is because the matchmaking is so Rolly Romero can talk the fight up, gets in the ring with Ryan, gets put to sleep quick and easy, and then Devin Haney wins his fight, and now you get the mega fight. Devin Haney with a better performance, Ryan Garcia with a knockout on a known instigator, not in the elite perspective, not a great fighter, but a known instigator, and then boom, that next fight sells for a monster payday. Because you're off the backs of hype, drama, knockouts, and then boom, Devin Haney redemption, revenge of sorts. Ryan Garcia validation. Story tells itself, the money prints itself. But that's what. But so in the elite sense, Rolling Romero is indeed a bum. In the grand scheme, no, he's not a bum. Absolutely. But there is a stark level from where he is to where the elites are, that he does not belong there in the slightest with any of them. With any of them. But he keeps getting in fights with them. Not because he can beat them, but because he is indeed an easy win that is going to go viral and make a lot of people invest pre-fight and then rewatch post-fight because they want to see him get knocked out again or beat again. That's what. Telling you, that's what. Watch. Mark my words. Mark my words. And again, I could be wrong. Rolling Romero could upset Ryan Garcia. Hey, if that happens, then it's great. But it just has no chin. He has to work. He has to work on that guard and emotions. But his defense, no one wants to fight. But in his defense, no one wants to fight that old man out of all the kings. No matter, that is true. That Russell is. Again, like I said, I gave him credit. Like I said, he did fight everybody. He's fighting everybody. No question. He's taking, I said he's taking the test. I've given him the props. It's just the fact that he's lost every single time. And so that's why I'm saying in the elites, people call him a bum from that ledge or from that standpoint because he keeps getting in these fights with people that are indeed, he does not belong in that same airspace. He doesn't. And because he talks his way into it. But you're right about Russell. Nobody wants to fight that brother. Nobody wants to fight that kid. Matter of fact, the whole division phased him out. You know, when she retires, they don't got to fight him. And you're right. You're right about it. Didn't Barroso get a first round KO? The first fight back from fighting against that again robbery of a loss to Rolly Romero. And I haven't heard from him back since, not because he can't fight, because the brother, he's being aged out. You're absolutely right about it. And it's all risk and reward. And like I said, I give him credit on that regard. But that doesn't still mean that the talent of what he is not indeed still true. He does not belong in that elite. And he does need to fix his guard. He does need to be more composed. He does need to control his emotions. He does need to really make that athleticism efficient and effective. And if he does, he can be a problem. But he has not done that. And we've been saying for him to do that for upwards of 2 years. Since we saw that tank fight, since we saw the problems, since we saw the legitimate holes that most, if not all, of the elite fighters at 135 and 140 are going to take advantage of. And he is yet to fix them. And so until you show me something that you're better, I can't say that you're better. I didn't talk about Benavidez's improved defense until he showed improved defense against Gervonta and then showed even better defense against the likes of David Morrell. Only getting caught once in terms of rocked once. And then the only other time he got rocked was indeed when he was after the bell. Phenomenal defensive work, phenomenal blocking, even better than Gervonta in his first fight. Improvement. Love it. I've given credit to improvement even in losses before, which is great. And that's what should happen. But if you don't show it, and if you're constantly put on a level that you lose at, you are not good at that level. So Rolly Romero is a bum in the elite category. But for the whole of boxing, no, he is not a bum. But because he keeps fighting against these top name talent, the elites of the sport of the respective weight classes, and he keeps losing, getting knocked out or outboxed and beaten, then yes, he is a bum on that level. Until he shows me otherwise. And he hasn't showed me otherwise. And you had to give him props because you were wrong. Wait a minute. Hold on, time out. If I initially said, before we even got to Barroso's, that he went and fought everybody, if I went and said, before we got to Barroso's, that he went and indeed gives us fights that are entertaining, and that he fights big names, heavy hitters, consistently does fight the elite, I've given him his props. I said he does everything we want a boxer to do. But he doesn't win. Biggest thing out of all, you got to win. You do have to win. What is Rolly's record? Let me see. Rolly's record is. Let me look it up right now. Rolly. Romero. Rolly Romero's record is 16-2. He has lost to Davis and he lost to Isak Cruz. He beat Manuel Jaimes. Is it Jaimes? Jaimes? Is that his name? Manuel Jaimes? I think of Manuel Jaimes. Again, 16-1. BoxRec got him as a 2-star rated fighter. And so, again, like I said, when it comes to this top tier, and if you want to, I'll pull up his BoxRec right now, so you can see it for yourself. Let me close this out. The country, first, couple fights, yeah, sure, whatever. Coming in, building up a resume. Okay, now he is, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9 fights in. Andres Figueroa, Juan Carlos Cardones, 10-1. Okay, so now he's coming into roughly 10 or 11 fights. He's at 16. Starting to amp up his level of boxing ability. He beat Arturas, TKO, 1-star fighter, 5-0. Jackson Martinez, who I believe is that the buddy who is that the buddy who looks like, no, that's not the buddy who looks like Ali. Is that the buddy that looks like Ali? No, that's Riviera. My bad, that's Riviera. My bad. Different buddy. Jackson Martinez, 19-0, hey, 2-star fighter, still not rated highly, but still respectable. Avery Sparrow, 10-2, knocked him out in 7. Anthony Yiggett, okay, all right. Anthony Yiggett, 24-1, but ain't okay. Again, still under. Now 29-4, but still at that point in time, getting better, getting cool. Knocks him out. Tank Davis, beaten 6. Absolutely. Adrian Barrosos, he was losing every round. Tony Weeks stops the fight. And Barrosos was up on everyone's card. And he already rocked him. He just about knocked him down. So he was losing. So he lost Tank. He lost after Yiggett. Well, again, okay, good step up. Now you're getting into the elite territory. You lost the Tank. You got robbed by Barrosos and was losing every round of that fight. You lost to Isak Cruz and you lost every round of that fight. And then you beat Manuel Jaimes, 16-1. A drastic step down in competition. And you beat him. And I watched that fight. I watched that fight. I remember I watched that fight. And it wasn't anything of drastic improvement. And now you're fighting Ryan Garcia. Big step up in competition. Understood he's still in that title contending status. Long Devin ain't noticed at 140. And if he loses this, that would mean that from Tank to Isak to Barrosos, he is not on that level. So there is a threshold. Hence, at that type of, once he gets to minimum, Barrosos is the bar. Minimum Barrosos is the bar at this stage in time. At minimum, Ishmael Barrosos is the bar for his ability to be competitive. That's the bar. Because that's his quote-unquote last win, though he lost every round. But if he can't fight up to this level, which even in that fight, he didn't. Again, respect to Barrosos, but he lost. Won, but lost. There is a stark difference. So no, he should not be considered elite. Never. In the grand scheme of the wide array of boxing, is he a bum? Sure. Nah. But I stand by at that threshold, which he has had of people that are either elite or avoided 1, 2, 3, and now get ready to be 4 and 3 in a row. No. He is not good at that level. And at that level, he is shown to be a bum with very minimal improvement. Fight over fight over fight. If he does improve, I would love to see it. But because he doesn't, they got him against Ryan to get not just two volatile, vocal, incredibly exciting talkers that both can garner a lot of impressions and social media status. It's also in order to give Ryan Garcia a clean, dominant KO win to set up the rematch with the likes of Devin Haney. That's what this whole event is about. Hey, we still want to tune in. Do you want to see it? Absolutely. But it's still, yeah. That's why. But it's not because people think Rolly's going to win. It's because we want to see Ryan knock him out and put on a statement performance. Just like he did against Devin Haney. Just like he did against Oscar Duarte. I'm like, yeah, I'm still that brother. And it's not because Rolly's good. It's because he's going to, more than his talent, his presence is going to make this impactful. But his talent is not on that level, at least for me, for what I've seen. And so he has a puncher's chance. Exactly. He does have a puncher's chance. No question. It's just highly unlikely that that's going to happen. He's going to land that shot. And like we've seen countless times before, he's going to get caught. He's going to get hurt. He's going to get wobbled. And then going to get knocked out. More likely than not. And he's got, let's see, the knockouts was, what was it? Knockouts was 13. So yeah, 16-2 with 13 KOs. It's his regimen. So it's like, yeah. And so I think Austin Trout was the sparring bully. Always tried to KO his opponents. That might be who it was. I think it was him. Really, like, when you're trying to train and just work, and he was trying to go and, like, hurt people. And it was like, nah, that ain't what sparring's about. I don't know why he did that. I really don't. But I believe it was him that did it. Cruz world champion, Tank world champion, and he lost to world champions, and you call him a bum. Yes. Yes, because the second he got there, he got knocked out, knocked down again, and then would have lost to Barrosos if it wasn't for Tony Weeks. And so you got two championship opportunities almost back to back. You got knocked out in each of them in dominating fashion. At this level, yes, you don't belong. Do you think he belongs in the likes with, do you think he belongs with Teofimo Lopez? If you do, great. I don't think so. Do you think he belongs with the likes of Keyshawn Davis? I don't think so. Do you think he belongs in the ring with Tank? I don't think so. But do you? And if you do, okay, fine, that's your prerogative. But I didn't before, and I still don't think now. Because he was never on that level of a talent. Excuse me. Let's see. Knockouts and smack talking sells fights. Unlike Crawford, stays quiet, doesn't sell, but he does indeed dominate. That's the thing. That's the thing. Crawford is the complete opposite. The brother is quiet, but his in-ring talent is incredible and destructive. But it's like, but again, when it comes to promoting, let's not also negate the fact that it's the promoter's job to hype up their fighter. The fighter's job is to fight. If they can be selling, it's even better. Absolutely. But it is the promoter's job to make somebody seem indeed worth watching. Aren't you better be able to be seen as worth watching? Like Usyk is seen as worth watching. Beyond just his talent. Everything about him. But he's marketed as such. And so you see Dillian White dropped out to fight with the Juggernaut. Did that happen? Dillian White dropped out to fight? Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Please don't tell me that fight It's called off. Dang it. Dang it. Hold on, I'm checking. I'm checking now. If that did happen, shoot. Dang it, yep. White got injured. Okay, well, I don't know who. What would do. Not any other place. Shoot. Dang it. I was actually excited to see that. I wanted to see that fight. That was going to be interesting. Dealing with off his last performance. Juggernaut, after getting beat by Chisora, what he was going to be when he came back off of another loss and another knockdown. Dang it. I wanted to see that. Well, who's going to come back now? Are we going to see? They're looking for a replacement. Are we about to see McCauley come back again? Are we about to see McCauley take another fight on short notice and then just all of a sudden pull through and be like, hey, well, it's time to go to work again. We could see. I don't know. But like, hey, look, if McCauley comes back and takes another short fight on if McCauley comes and saves another card, but McCauley pop up like the kid, he gonna pop up like that's gonna be like, oh shoot, where's he coming from now? McCauley gonna be a brother who he gonna dance his way into the nightmares of everybody. Cause it's gonna be like, dang it, oh no, I can on short notice. See, that's the thing. It's like McCauley's one of those fighters who on short notice you can beat him. Absolutely, you can beat McCauley on short notice. But I'm telling you, like brother. Even when Joseph Parker knocked him out, McCauley was winning the round. McCauley was getting busy. And if McCauley didn't get caught on top of the head, and he had survived, he would have won the round. He was winning the round. And he was already getting busy with those combinations to the body and to the head, catching Joseph Parker with that uppercut on the inside that Parker just could not react to in the slightest. And it's like, brother, I may win. But oh my gosh, to get there, I'm going through everything under the sun. And shoot, if he takes it again, oh shoot, my goodness, that's gonna be like it's gonna be like a specter. He's gonna be jump scare people. Look, hey, he should make that part of his persona. He should just show up to random press conferences and random weigh-ins and like walk on stage and just out of nowhere like shopping, be like, hey, one of y'all better not pull out, because if you do, you gotta deal with me. And do you really just coming out the shadows like a doggone horror movie, like a horror, like it's Joe scaring folks like a video game. Like this is doggone Five Nights at Freddy's. Just like, oh my gosh, he's here. Wait, I thought it was set in stone. What do you mean you're not fighting? Please fight me. I don't want to. Please don't pull out of this fight. That's what's gonna be. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna be. Tree roots. That tree with no roots timber, it's gonna be, oh boy. I've never seen a knockdown with the style like McCauley. Nah, I'm telling you, that brother, he moved like Jello. He was planted like a tree, and then he moved like Jello on the way down. He fell like he couldn't believe he was falling. That's the crazy thing. He fell like, wait, why am I off balance? I can't, because he was looking at Parker the whole time, and he was like, what's wrong with me? Hey, hold on, wait a second. What did you do? The punch didn't hurt me. Why am I going down? Parker, help. What did you do to me? Like, his face was so perplexed that his body was moving on its own. And he was like, wait a second. He was looking like, he would look so confused at the whole situation. He was like, wait, no, I'm okay. Why are you getting taller? Wait a second. Why are you getting taller and I'm getting shorter? What's happening here? Oh, that. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's funny. That's what, now that I think about it, he's probably suspended because, yeah, he might be suspended because, for the safety of the fighter, because, protocol and all that stuff. I mean, he wasn't knocked out cold. He did get up and beat the count. His corner stopped the fight because they said we'll mitigate the risk over reward of trying to continue this. We ain't train, we ain't do all this stuff. Yeah, we'll just keep it easy. So that's probably why. But yeah, he might be suspended. But if he's not, I just wanted to pop out just because. I wanted to pop out just because. Just to be like, oh yeah, I'm here. What's up? You fight me now. Let's see what you got. I would love, if that was his shtick, that would be incredible. Oh, that'd be phenomenal. That would be so funny and also so enticing. That would be so incredible. That would be, oh shoot. That could be his gimmick. That could be his gimmick. Any fight that doesn't happen, you gotta face me. And that would be, for my wrestling fans, that would be like Teddy Long in wrestling. But you gotta go one-on-one with The Undertaker. All of a sudden now, right, that's what it would be. And we got Gervonta, we got Apollo. That's what it would be. You gotta go one-on-one with Martin McCauley. And all of a sudden everybody's blowing up in shock and awe. Wait a minute, the boxer who stays in the fight, he's looking around saying, no, wait a minute, please, anybody else. Oh, that'd be funny. That would be hilarious. McCauley's a new Undertaker. He's the new default big man, the literal boogeyman that everybody's got to face at a moment's notice. If you rub Turkey Al Sheik the wrong way, he automatically makes you fight The Undertaker just because. He's like any given situation, McCauley is the emergency glass breaking. McCauley is the Undertaker fighting against Booker T or Eddie Guerrero or JBL. It's like de facto you're going to fight him. If you got me upset, okay, fine. McCauley, go get him. Let's see. Let's see. First it was Tyson Fury on that was beating the count, and now McCauley's a new Undertaker. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, he's more like Kamala. Oh, you know Kamala. You know what? He I can see it. I can see it. Again, he ain't slapping his stomach like some savage. And again, when I was younger, looking at old tape, I loved Kamala. Now that I'm older, my gosh, Kamala was incredibly racist. Kamala was an incredibly problematic figure that I didn't realize what they were doing. But a savage to the fullest of the core. But regardless of which, and yet sadly, the Ugandan Nightmare was, again, I loved him doing the splash in the middle of the ring. I loved him slapping his stomach. It was great. Mask and all, just absolutely going haywire on anybody going his way. He had a feud with The Undertaker, which was, again, phenomenal. I loved it. But regardless of which, it's like, it's WWF was always but it was always problematic. It was indeed always problematic. It was. But again, rest in peace to the Ugandan Nightmare, Kamala. I hate that he died, man. I really do. He was one of my favorites that I used to watch. And I used to get hyped when he would come through just wreaking havoc and just being belligerent. It was so much fun. But again, King Hippo and Little Man, that may be. He may be King Hippo. That may be the most apropos comparison. King Hippo from Punch-Out. Big, wide, incredibly long arms, almost look like disproportionate. A freak of nature when it comes to his ability to punch. You can't really hurt him to the body. Like at all. You can't hurt him to the body. You gotta be able to land to the head. And so it's like, yeah. And he be dancing around the ring? Yeah, nah, this brother might actually be King Hippo. I'm not gonna lie. He might just be King Hippo. He could just be King. And when when he got dropped, if you played Mike Tyson Punch Out for the Wii, when he got dropped, when King Hippo gets dropped, he's going and he's backing up. And he's backing up. He's like, it's slow motion before ultimately falls out the ring. Barely moving at all. Nah, that's like, that's actually, that just might be it. I think Bacoli is indeed King Hippo. That may be the most apropos, that might be the most apropos thing. You can't hurt it. You can't really, he's a mess to hurt upstairs. Unlike King Hippo, you can't hurt him down low. At all. You really can't hurt him down low, unlike with King Hippo, where you can hurt him to the body. You can't hurt Bacoli to the body. The brother throws unorthodox punches. Bacoli throws like we had King Hippo slamming stuff down, like essentially slapping you straight vertically. Odd hooks and uppercuts. Weird, short jabs and that straight right going upstairs. And it was awkward, hard to time. You couldn't block it, really. Yeah, you had to slip. Nah, I think King Hippo is, and he falls down in slow motion. If you knock him out, everything's jiggling on top of him. I think that's the truth. Y'all agree. I think Bacoli is the new King Hippo. Oh, absolutely. I hope he implements that as part of his game. Oh gosh, I'm dead. That's funny. I don't know how to make that a meme. I don't know how to make that mean stuff, but that would be funny. Look, people on the internet can indeed do it. No question. Oh, they probably already got it taken care of. You just got to search for it. Oh, it's there. It's absolutely there. Oh gosh. Oh, I'm dead. That's funny. That is indeed funny. Well, shoot. It's about 3 o'clock now. We might as well do what we do best and go with. I think I have more to cover, but we kind of just derailed off the show, and we can now do what you own. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the best part of the show when you make the show your own with the come on, Papa, the Championship House. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get on and pop it. Hey, whatever you want to talk about, stake your claim, stake your piece. Talk about whatever you want to discuss. As we argue, we'll still plow through and talk through the rest of the world of boxing. But hey, we got 30 minutes to potentially an hour. Whatever you all want to talk about until the conversation dies down. What y'all want to talk about? How y'all want to go about it? Whatever you want to discuss, leave a comment in the chat. Let's get it on and pop it. Let's talk about what you got to say, about what you got to see, about anything in the world, whether it's boxing, sports, NBA, NFL, WWE, the likes of shoot. If you want to keep on talking about Tank, you want to go, you want to compare now the landscape of 135 with this new fight. Who could Lamont Roach beat now at 135 if he does indeed choose to stay? And if he can't get the Tank fight, all this and more, absolutely. I would love to talk about it with you. Also, Rusty Cage, if you would, I would love for you to ask about Elimination Chamber. I would love for you to ask about Elimination Chamber. Because, brother, if you watched last weekend, I got some stuff. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. John Cena, I can't believe it. Shock and all. Shoot. Are we serious? That brother is on the dark side. He's a heel. I couldn't believe it. I lost my voice because of that whole weekend. Not just because of Tank, but because of John Cena turning heel on Cody Rhodes. Are you kidding me? Hold on the conversation, though. If you want to talk about it, please put it in the chat and we'll talk about it. But let's see. Thoughts on what's next for Gary Antoine Russell? Well, yep, he beat Rayo. Dominated. He cleaned Rayo out. It was 12-0. Oh, yeah. He won every round against El Rayo. And dominantly, or at least on my card. And he like, brother, he's a beast. He's a dog. He is a dog. Now 18-0. What was it, 17 KOs on his resume? Brother, oh my gosh. It was a comprehensive. Comprehensive. He outboxed him. He outworked him. Defense was, he was swollen and scarred up, yes. But in terms of being able to quell everything that Rayo tried to do, Rayo couldn't get away and box and use his boxing ability to get out of dodge like he was able to do against Isaac Cruz. Russell used a very good, diverse set of punches to meet Ryo where he was going to step and where he was going to slip, and it was great. And he had nothing. Ryo had nothing. Ryo did not have a single answer for the likes of Gary Russell, and I was shocked. Honestly, I was shocked at that. I really was. And it was like, and it wasn't even the power that we saw Russell use. It was the technical ability, and it was the swarming attack. And shoot, perfect example, Sean Porter, an overwhelming style of offensive display that Ryo could not get out the way of, and nor couldn't fight his way to match on his own. There was no answer. This was pillar to post, just complete beautiful boxing. Beautiful boxing that turned into swarming while with still incredible boxing laden on it. Props to him. Really. I mean, really. Props to him. Russell's the truth. Russell is the truth. And now he can call himself a world champion. What's next? They might give. Well, no, I wouldn't even say, shoot. I wouldn't even say they give him a rematch. They're not gonna give that fight a rematch. No, not in the slightest. Shoot. Now that he's a champion, does he try to go and unify? Does he try to go and unify? But against who? Well, do we get? Honestly, we could see. In fact, let me look at the division real quick and verify who indeed are the champions and the greater landscape of the division as a whole. Let me pull up the Transatlantic Boxing Council, one of the most reliable councils and reliable websites for going through and understanding the rankings of boxing by pundits from around the world that do indeed look to tell the story of the sport the best way possible. He could fight. Actually, I think what's next. Yeah. He's at 140. He is at 140. It's 140. He could fight Richardson Hitchens. He could fight Hitchens. He could genuinely fight Hitchens. Because he beat El Rayo, took his belt, 140-pound champion. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. That is the fight that's looking to happen. So most likely that won't transpire with the likes of Gary Antoine Russell. Albert Puello, or Puello, I think he just defended his title. That fight could happen. But I think the most logical one would be Russell versus Hitchens. And I think Hitchens loses. Duarte. I forgot about Oscar Duarte. Yep, I forgot. Oscar Duarte also is a brother that he could fight. But I honestly, with this level of momentum, I would like to see him versus Richardson Hitchens. I like to see him versus Hitchens. And I think if you wanna go like and if you want to go the most likely and easiest that can be made, I think that Hitchens is going to be the easiest fight that he can make. Hitchens versus is Hitchens. Hold on, is Hitchens fighting Matias? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. Let me go and make sure that. Yep, Hitchens. But let me go and make sure. Is he fighting him? Okay. So now, okay. Oh, you're saying you would like Hitchens versus Matias. That would be a good fight. That would be a really good fight. But see, we saw Hitchens versus Gustavo Lemos. Though Gustavo lost, and again, it was a unanimous decision for the likes of Hitchens. Lemos was cracking, brother. Lemos was cracking the likes of Hitchens. He was, like Lemos, even though he lost, brother, he was giving Hitchens all he could handle from a physical standpoint. Legitimately rocking that brother multiple times. if Lemos faces, or if we see Hitchens face off against Matias, though we know he can box in terms of Hitchens, absolutely. Boy, that power that Sabril Matias has, though, again, we know, there is levels to the level of championships versus him. He was a former champion, though he lost to Liam Poirot. But against Hitchens, that would be, oh boy. Oh, in fact, I made a video. I made way back, like a year or two ago. I made a video that if Matias ever fought against Hitchens, Hitchens is going to die. Hitchens is going to get destroyed. I made one. I know I made one. I think it had like 2,000 views. And that was at the heights of Matias's claim, or a claim and legitimate notoriety. I was saying if Matias ever fights against Hitchens, if what I saw against Lemos happens against Matias, Hitchens is gonna die. He's gonna get destroyed. The arm punching and swarming ability, coupled with a better chin, and being able to be more effective on the offensive end. Forget trying to box with you. He's gonna walk to you, just like what Lemos did. But unlike Lemos, it ain't gonna be a situation where he catches you only a couple times and can't finish the job. Nah. If you get rocked like you got rocked against Lemos as many times as you got rocked against Lemos, against Hitchens, you going out. You going out. You going to sleep. If I was Hitchens, I'm staying well away from the likes of Matias. I'm staying well away from Matias. I'd fight, if I was Hitchens, I'm fighting Russell before I'm fighting Matias. I'm fighting Russell before I'm fighting, I'm telling you. I'm fighting that brother before I'm fighting Matias. Outright. That's just a bad matchup. For me, from what I see, that's a bad matchup. Ooh, boy. Ooh, that's scary. That is scary. I'm not saying Hitchens can't win, but my gosh. But you were outboxing Lemos, and he was still able to consistently catch you as the shorter fighter and rock you, have you clinching up, have you genuinely in trouble more than a couple times after that. Ooh. And look, Russell might let him off the hook. He might. Like, there was a point in time in this fight with Ryo that he had Ryo hurt. He had him hurt bad. And when he couldn't finish the job, he went back to the consistent work that was going in the past. Instead, putting his foot off the gas, still being effective and aggressive, but not going for the kill. Instead, then going back to, go back to what worked and keep on, winning. Absolutely. It's still dominant display. But Matias, no, you get in that same position that Hitchens was against Liam, and that El Rayo was in against the likes of Russell. Oh, you dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead in the water. You're dead. Oh, you're done. You're done. Hitchens will get boxing years taken off of his life if he fights against the likes of Matias. I hope and pray that doesn't happen. Oh gosh, I don't. I think he'll lose to both of them. But if I'm making a fight, and if I'm Hitchens, I got the chance to choose, brother, I'm shoot. Give me Russell every day. Give me Russell every day. Because Matias, he's not a better boxer than Russell. No, he ain't. But brother, shoot. But the way that he fights, it's a terrible matchup. It's a horrible matchup for the likes of Hitchens. It's a terrible matchup for Hitchens if they ever got in the ring with each other. And so I think he let him off the hook too to torture Ryan potentially. But he could have. Out like that might just to get more damage, just to be more effective. But it unless there was some beef I didn't know about. I don't know why. I don't know why he would let him off the hook to do damage more than just, hey, I'm up. Let me not. There was beef. There was beef. Okay, well, shoot. Maybe so. Both of them. Either way, both of them are very bad for Hitchens, from my vantage point. If we saw one or the other fight, I would hope and pray that it's Hitchens fighting Russell and not fighting Matias. Because I'm thinking he's going to get beat against both. But if he gets put to sleep, he'll get put to sleep against Russell. He'll get put to sleep against Russell. Against Hitchens, he will get a beating that is so damaging yet so slow. It's going to be, it will be a horror movie. It will be a horror movie. The arm punches coupled with the power and fluidity, coupled with the, again, swarming pressure, similar to Gary Antoine Russell. Not nearly as technically sound and effective, but indeed as, if not more, as arguably as damaging. For stamina driven can go all 12 and hurt you to kingdom come. And negate your boxing by just sheer pressure with no defense, because he ain't got good defense at all. But his offense makes up for it in spades. And if you can't outbox him, again, Poirier was able to do it. No question. Absolutely. Phenomenal. And Hitchens outboxed Poirier. But Hitchens going up against Hitchens' style of boxing, up against Matias' style of boxing, I just think it's horrible. And I think it will be bad. And so Russell said it was going to be easy working some egg, and he proved it. He proved it. Doggone it, he proved it. That butter is something serious. But I would like to see him against, if I was making a fight, it would be probably against Hitchens. That would be the most apropos, and I would think the most logical fight to make if they were going to fight each other. Because he ain't getting Devin Haney. He ain't getting Teofimo Lopez at this stage right now. Well, actually, hold on. Could he fight Teo? Could he fight Teo? Just think about it. Play this picture. Teo versus Tank. Forget that ever happened. That's never going to, most likely that will never happen. Especially at this fight with Lamont Roach. That fight will never happen. Will we ever see Tank push himself? Whole other conversation. Most likely no. But him versus Tank, done. Him versus Crawford, ain't going to happen. Him versus Haney or any other prominent black fighter that he's been legitimately admitted to, he's just using, again, playing the game like talked about earlier, to try to get these mega fights. Most likely, most of them, if not all of them, are icing him out. Keyshawn Davis, icing him out. I'm never going to fight you. Because of this, I ain't never going to fight you. You're going to come into this sport broke, you're going to leave broke. Could it be that we see Gary Russell be the only brother willing to get in the ring with Teofimo Lopez after Teofimo Lopez's next fight against, I believe, is it Arnold Barboza that he's fighting next? I believe it's Arnold Barboza. Oh yeah, no, it is Barboza, and that's the same card that he is fighting. That's the same card. That's the same card as Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, ain't it? Barboza and Teo. Barboza and Teo, Ryan and Rolly, Devin Haney, and shoot, who's the Devin Haney's fight? Doggone it. Dang it, I forget who is it that Devin Haney's fighting? Jose Carlos Ramirez, that's who it was. That's who, Jose Carlos Ramirez, that's who it was that he's fighting. And so, yeah, so no, it's possible. If we see Teo beat Barboza, then it could be that next fight could be Russell for Unified. If that may be the only way that we see Teo get at least a legitimately quote unquote big fight with everybody seemingly icing him out. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Press conference is happening now. Hold on a sec. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Wait, Don't tell me this is happening. Shoot, that's happening. And what? Hold on. Tio versus Keyshawn would be amazing. That would be a good fight. But again, because of Teofimo Lopez's very racially charged rhetoric and actions the recent, Keyshawn went on. I think I showed y'all this. When the video got posted, Keyshawn said himself, "I will never fight Teofimo Lopez because of the stuff that he pulled against me versus Berenchik. I will never do it. You came into the sport broke. You're gonna leave broke too. I'm not gonna help you make no money. At least as long as I'm champion. Shoot, as long as I'm fighting." So, like I said before, I told you all, though he's playing the game, it could hurt him in the wrong one. In this legitimate situation, we could ice himself out from actually getting what he wants by going this very dangerous path. And it looks like it's starting to bode true. But again, but what do you mean Inoue joined the press conference? Hold on a minute. Let me make sure I'm on mute because I don't want to get any copyright.
Got this condition.
Heads up!
I don't want to get any
Where I don't
copyright
feel pain.
come through to me.
Jesus.
Right.
Teofimo, the takeover,
This
Lopez.
actually happened. Wow, this actually happened.
He said Brooklyn, baby. He said New York.
And Tio's coming in
Hell yeah.
with his shirt off.
Las
That
Vegas,
is-
Nevada, USA,
that is
the
interesting.
former
That is incredibly interesting.
undisputed
But regardless of which-
lightweight world
regardless of
champion
which-
and the current WBC
We're looking- we're
in
looking
recess
and we're saying,
undefeated super lightweight champion of the world,
Essentially-
Devin, the Dream Haney.
I'm trying to get all my stuff here. Hold on. Let me read the chat. Yeah, he said that, but money and legacy talks real loud. It does talk real loud.
And
It's
finally,
just
one of the
a
most well-known
situation
names
where
in the sport, from Victorville, California, USA.
it
His
did
professional
hurt his
record,
stock. And it
24
hurt his
victories.
ability.
20 of those
And depending
24
on,
wins
again,
by
if-
knockout.
let's say
Only
hypothetically,
one defeat,
Tio has a
one
bad
no
performance
contest.
against Barboza.
The former
Now what?
WBC
That could also
lightweight
further-
world champion king Ryan
his,
Garcia.
hurt cachet to be able to actually get a quality type of fight.
So, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let me turn this over to
And
our
so- and
host
I don't-
for the
I don't
press
think-
conference, the editor
If
in
you're
chief
talking about
from
Tio,
Ring Magazine,
I don't think Tio has a
Mr.
shirt.
Douglas Fisher.
I think he showed up to this fight just straight up naked. Oh, right, a shirtless. Excuse me. Coming in. But real quick, can somebody
Thank you very much,
validate?
Michael. Hello, New York City. I love being here.
In a way,
I'm a native New Yorker.
Can you explain what do you
There's
mean
something
Inoue
very special
joined
about being
as
in New
well?
York City.
Is Inoue on the
just
card
returning as a native
for
but
this fight in
as
New
a
York?
member of the media for more than
Jay Riggs, could you
25
confirm,
years. There's
or is he just
nothing
in the
like
press
covering
conference?
a prize fight in New York
A little
City.
bit confused. I'm joining
normally
you
it's
late.
at
I
Madison
can't show
Square
y'all it
Garden.
because again, I'm not
In
trying to get
recent
any
years,
copyright,
it's,
but
in
I
Brooklyn
am
at the
listening
Barclays
to it.
Center. But for this
Look,
card,
let's
it's
see,
something
look,
very
hold on,
different.
hold on,
Something
hold on.
that has never happened before.
Hold on, let's see.
It's visionary, and some would say it's crazy because they start thinking about the logistics of it.
Let me
Well,
see.
how
Okay,
does
hold
that
on, wait.
work?
Ooh,
Times
can you hear me
Square.
now?
They're just
Can
going
you
to
hear me
build a
now?
ring there, and are they going to block
I
stuff
think
off?
I should
and
be
what
here.
about the
Can
foot
you hear
traffic
me
and
now?
all of that? And are they going to show it on the screens, or how is this going to work?
Hopefully, can.
And I would just say,
is everything all good? Is everything all good? I think everything's all good. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, hold on. So let's first off, we got a lot of stuff. I'm trying to do two different things. The video too loud. Can't really hear you. Okay, I should be good. Can you all hear me more clearly now? Video is okay. Okay, we're good now. Okay, we're good. Okay, all right, that's good. Okay, again, I ain't trying to get sued per se. But let me see. In a way, shoot, let's search this up together. Let's all go to Google. That's in a way, Fatal Fury. Now hold on a second. So it's saying it's not. But then Instagram's saying it is. Hold on. Wait, oh. So Google's saying it's not. Anyone's saying that it is. Right, so this was 4 days ago with Brian Silva Romero, Darren Jose Carson, Passman on the Globe, unprecedented, for the Fury mixed thing, Okay, I'm not seeing anything as of right now that confirms that he's fighting on the thing. Let me see. Shoot. Fatal Fury. Boxing card. University Times Square. Pinto big thing. Fight card Rolly. Okay. So right now I'm not seeing anything that is showing that he's gonna fight at this point in time. Let's see. I seen the pic of him hugging Canelo that he joined the weekend too. I think what it is. I think what those are pictures during the negotiations of doggone it, of the shoot. Trying to words again. I think those are pictures of, in a way, when he was around with Riyadh season, when he signed the deal, and everybody was over in Saudi Arabia, and he had confirmed that he's going to fight in New York. Because again, he is an ambassador for Riyadh season because he signed with Turkey Al Sheikh and that whole boxing umbrella, as well as with Top Rank. So I think it's just I think they're fighting on different cards, saying that's what it is. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I was for sure that it is, in a way, wasn't on the same card. In a way, it's fighting, I believe, the day after, or like 2 days after. Because it's like I think it's like the whole weekend. Like Canelo's fighting, Tio's fighting, Ryan's fighting, Devon's fighting, Rolly's fighting, and Inouye's fighting, all on the same weekend, but I believe in two different spots. This one's in New York. I think the Inoue one is in, what is it? Is it Las Vegas? Is it Las Vegas? Is this a fight that's happening in Las Vegas? One of the two. Either way, but I think that's what's going on. But yeah, it popped up yesterday, so I thought it was all together. Now, if it was all together, oh my gosh. If it was all together for free TV, for the public to see, if you mean to tell me that I could walk through New York, because mind you, it's going to be free to the public. This fight's going to be, anybody can walk through Times Square and see the fight, like, which is incredible. But if this was Inoue fighting for free, and I could just walk in and see him on a whim, on top of Tio and Ryan, oh my gosh. My goodness. That'd be one of the greatest things I could think of. That'd be one of the greatest things I could ever dream of. Like, imagine that. Like, imagine you walking through and you just happen to be able to walk by a Terrence Crawford fight. Just, oh, hey, come through. Who's fighting? Hey, come through. Fight's free. Oh, great. I got some time. Who's fighting today? Terrence Crawford. Wait, excuse me? Who's fighting today? Tank's fighting today. Oh, it's nothing. Inouye's just fighting in the middle of the street. What do you mean, for free? Shoot. Make my day. Shoot, I'll spend money. I'll spend money because I feel like I'm being cheated. Or rather, I'll feel like I'm cheating the system. I'll pay just out of respect. Forget that. You tell me that. I'm paying out of respect of just, the fight. This is real? Shoot, I don't care if it is free. I'll pay out of pocket for this. This is too good to be true. Oh, shoot. I'll spend $50 on food and just be giving it to people. Just to be like, no, this is worth the event. Come through. And so that's a bad idea. I mean, most likely I'd be losing money if I did that. But nah, it would, in terms of the fight venue being in the street for anybody to see, nah. Like, you got to understand this when it comes to getting the reputation of boxing in the conscience of America. Again, only speaking with the states here. You got to get an appetite. In some situations, we've seen companies do this. They give out good stuff for free. And it helps bring people back to the restaurant. Chick-fil-A, perfect example. They got Chick-fil-A Day. But everybody comes to Chick-fil-A Day because they dress up as a cow. And you get a free sandwich or meal, whatever the case may be. But because you do that, it makes people want to come back because they get to either taste it for the first time, they liked it and they want it again, so they get an appetite for it. And then boom, now you got a consistent paying customer. So you give away quality for free. Then when it comes time to pay, oh yeah, the last time I went and it was free. Oh, this was great. If this similar things happening again and they charging for it, yeah, I'll come through. Let's make it happen. So you get an appetite for people to want to pay for quality stuff. So yeah, it's free. But it builds the appetite and it puts it in the mega market. We were just having conversations about how we're scared boxing may be leaving the States under the regime of Turki al-Sheikh. And I said, hold on a minute. There is a plan to integrate it into a mecca back in this mecca of America, to get it back to one of the top big three sports in the U.S. Because we are a big conglomerate when it comes to the world of boxing as a whole. Us, the UK, and Mexico. That's just the truth with the history of the sport. And so because of that, with us having fervently lost everything, just the appetite to watch boxing, people don't care unless it's, again, Tank or Canelo for a lot of people. Now, you get Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, and others to be able to be seen for free for people in New York, mind you, to come see it. Oh, that social media presence makes up for the loss of revenue, especially if it's a big time stuff, because everybody can come and witness it. Hence, more hype, more merchandise, more legitimate acclaim for your boxers. And then now when it does come time to pay, especially if everything goes right and the rematch with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney does take place, boom, boatloads of money. Bonafide sell bigger than ever. And so it's a risky marketing strategy, but it's a marketing strategy nonetheless that does work. And if it does work, oh, it's gonna be incredible. I'd rather have a seat so I can see it and be inside and comfortable and safe. You ain't wrong. But shoot, be perfectly honest, you'll be able to see it from a rooftop. You'll be able to, you can literally make your own seat wherever you want. You could go inside a building. You could go inside a restaurant and watch the fight if you wanted to. You could go inside or go up on a balcony, go up on the roof and see the fight. It could be like those old Rucker Park days when you would go and you play ball and you'd have people like Dr. J, Connie Hawkins, Pee Wee Herman, Joe Heyman, and others running a mecca in New York. And then you went through and you could, if you couldn't get in the gate, you could climb a tree. You could go through and sit with a bunch of people. Shoot, some people will be going into neighbors' houses that they knew. And you go up the apartment buildings and both of y'all go out on the balcony and you'll watch the greats work. It's dope. It's really dope. And then casuals or just anybody that just walks by, they sit, they get invested, they ask questions. That could be their first experience into the world of boxing that is actually accessible to everybody without a means to have copious amounts of money. And so one of the biggest things about boxing that used to be, it was on free TV. There were events where you could just walk in and see a fight without having to pay, in some cases at all, or an exorbitant amount. They used to have boxing events outside on the Vegas Strip. You could see it from the hotel rooms. It used to be like that. Riddick Bowe versus the Holyfield. You could watch that from outside, even if you weren't inside the stadium. You could, and it's dope. I think it's dope anyway. And after Tank's mess, they gotta give something back for free. And ironically enough, they would Tank and the PBC and Turkey and all of his regime are completely separate. Like, this was gonna happen regardless of what Tank did. This just with what Tank has done further pushes, oh, Turkey's actually for the fans. Regardless of what you want to say about everything else, he's making boxing accessible to fans. Like, he's accommodating to hardcore that makes boxing available for the casuals. For hardcore fans that have been priced out, that had to go through illegal means to see stuff, or it's hard to get fights that you want to see. Not just because of matchmaking, but because even when they are made, it's too expensive for some people. He's made it accessible. He's made it, hey, you can afford it. And others who come into this sport, they can see it too. And now with this type of situation, everybody's going to be, people that just want to see, like that just like fights, they're going to be able to tune in. Probably going to see a lot of knockouts, good wars, a lot of excitement, a lot of trash talk. All the hustle and bustle of the sport now easily accessible in your own neighborhood for them up in New York. And in a Mecca where, shoot, you understand, you're going to have people, because it's so easy to access, you're going to have people on YouTube live streaming the fight live from their room. And so it's going to be great. It's going to be phenomenal. And so I'll give WESC some credit for trying to be different. Yeah, they're trying stuff. They're actively pushing. And so I bet they're going to have Fatal Fury arcade machines all over the place. They might as well. I think they are. I wouldn't put it past them. Fatal Fury making a comeback. Love the game. And phenomenal fighting game. Rich history. Them Street Fighter, Tekken, a Virtual Fighter. Capcom versus Marvel. Capcom versus Tekken at some point. I'm a big fight fan. I'm a big fighting games fan. So absolutely, this is all to promote the game, and it's smart. I wouldn't be surprised if they put some of the boxers inside of the game. I would not be shocked at all. Nah, it's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be great. And so don't be surprised in the slightest if you see that happening. Kids can come through, play, and also play undisputed. Fight with some of their favorite characters right before they actually see them fight in real time. All of it's to gain a appetite for the venue, the fighters, as well as the people or the sport as a whole. It's smart, and it pays itself off over time. And I think it's gonna work. I really do think it's gonna work. I agree. I agree. The weather has to hold out for them to be. Oh no, it does. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, you're right about that. Oh, it's gonna be, and you're right. It's gonna be insane, wild scenes when it comes to the sport. Oh, absolutely, no question about that. No question. But it's gonna be hot, and so they better. Woo, oh boy, and see, and so do you see when we talk about now we're starting to appreciate Turkey? More and more, we're starting to see people come through and understand what is trying to be done. This isn't, we can have arguments with sports washing, all the underhanded stuff. Oh yeah, those are still conversations. Absolutely. Now, am I educated enough in that department to talk about them? No, but I am researching. But on the whole, for what we have seen in this point, up until this point, it's been a situation where he's actively tried to better the sport. So we can actually, because he's operating like an actual fan. If he had control of the sport, what would they do? And he's actually doing it. And so it's like we have to give credit where credit is due. And see, and it's like the Beatles rooftop concert. See, so many situations. And people that just saw it on rooftops went and bought the albums because they got to see the Beatles live. It was incredible. And so you get what you pay for. Absolutely. And in this case, if you get nothing, it's worth it. A free fight is a good fight. And don't let it be an actual good fight. Oh gosh, then it's a great fight. But a free fight, anybody scrapping, just to see him scrap for free is good. Why do you think we always love seeing fights in schools? Because it was, hey, they're getting live, and I ain't got to do a thing but show up, get in a circle, get on top of a bus. Oh yeah, oh it's dope. Oh it's dope indeed. And so that would be for that would be. I think that would be dope. Put the arcade machines in the venue. I hope they do. I do hope they do. But if it gets too hot, oh boy, at my house it gets to 7. Oh, I forgot it do be getting hot down there. But it is New York though. It is New York. And actually it be getting hot in New York too. You know what? It won't matter. Well, they'll still show up. They're New Yorkers. They're tough. They're rough. They talk a lot of smack. They know what it's about. They dealt with this before. Oh, they love it. They'll be with it. Oh, but it's gonna be madness. Madness up there. Zhang was playing Fatal Fury, and it looked like he was about to smash the controller. Yeah, I can imagine. But it was getting ready to punch through with a big old left hook. You're about to punch the screen. Probably because he got hit with a mid to the body and got beat in the game. And it reminded him that he got beat by Caballero. And so look, I had to throw my dig. I had to throw my dig there. And so, yeah. But again, we still love you, Zhang. Still love you. But that it was a layup. I had to go. And it was an easy lob. I had to go and dunk it down. I just had to. And so, but if it stays cool, it's going to be great. And so, but I'm telling you, I'm excited for it. That whole card. What do we expect? Actually, real quick, I was going to say this for next week, but let's have a quick conversation now. If we see Devin Haney, or we're going to see Devin Haney in New York, and what's going to be, again, if they hate it, brother, they will boo. If you fighting like a scrub, they're going to say something about it. If you are not entertaining, they're going to say something. And they're going to use the drug thing against them in the crowd. Oh, it can get to them. You think a controlled hostile environment, like an indoor venue for normal boxing is volatile. Brother, the streets of New York talking smack to you as they're just passing by. Let alone, don't let somebody throw something in the ring because they don't like that, because they think you ain't worth our time. It's a free game. The scrutiny's gonna be incredible. So the question is, what type of fight do we need to see from the likes of Devin Haney to not just be entertaining, but to put him on a level where we can be like, yeah, he's ready for Ryan Garcia in terms of he can get his revenge and legitimately beat the brother in your mind. Because for me, in this fight, he's Tupac all night, all eyes on him. He's gonna be. He's gonna be. And with the scrutiny that he's already under, with him looking very, very weak in a lot of people's minds when it comes to him suing, when it comes to him going and playing all these games, doing all of this other stuff that was like, instead of getting it back in blood, now he's got a stigma on him. That stigma is still going to weigh on him. That beating is still going to weigh on that brother. And now when it comes to, there's an expectation of I'm working to get back in the ring against the same guy. Again, I got to win this. But he's also got to make a statement that this fight's going to be different when I do face off against Ryan Garcia. What type of statement is that going to be? And what type of statement does that need to be? More importantly, and I think it needs to be, we need to see this brother be able to essentially do two things. One, stop the left hook. Please learn something. My gosh, keep your hand up and stop being susceptible. And two, similar to how you fought against Lomachenko, being able to actually get on the inside and do some work. You have to prove you can do that in this fight too. You're gonna have to. Like you're going to have to. Show that you can handle yourself on the inside when it comes to fighting against Ryan Garcia. If you do win and he wins and you fight him again. Pillow Hands and Cryberry and Diddy Lover and the guy from Rocky movie, Touch Me and I'll Sue You. Shoot. That's all of this is exactly what's being said about Ryan Garcia, or about Devin Haney. Absolutely. Ryan Garcia, he's got his own problems with what he's cultivated as his own persona. But when it comes to him as a boxer, two completely different things are needed to be answered. For one, it's just, can you do the same thing? That's the biggest thing with Ryan. Do the same thing without drugs, and we ain't got no problem. For Devin, it's bigger than that. Many people are saying it wasn't the drugs that got you beat. You got beat outright because you can't hang on the inside. You have no power. You can't fight without a physical advantage on you. And when you do get beat again, it's going to be worse than last time because that Ryan Garcia that you faced wasn't even focused. Genuinely. Drinking, smoking, didn't prep, came in overweight, intentionally came in overweight, didn't care about getting the belt, just wanted to beat you. And he said it himself, no, I wasn't focused for this fight. And he did that to you. Again, this ain't like Tank who says he takes everybody seriously, so I take him at face value. I take everybody. What you say is what happens. I got to take it for what it is if you say it. Ryan, he said, no, I didn't prep and train. I don't need you. I just gonna come in and beat you. And he did that. And so now, with a focused Ryan, if y'all do indeed fight again, brother, you got to show me something that you can do to beat at bare minimum the baseline of a Ryan Garcia. Not a focused, actively training, staying on weight and in shape Ryan Garcia that wasn't going off on tangents and all this other stuff. Losing his mind, saying the N-word, saying he himself is a Negro, and all this other stuff. Saying he's black and whatever the case may be. Twitter space is going crazy. Mental state seemed out of his mind. Family seemed concerned. Parents seemed concerned. Trainers and coaches, everything was haywire. And he did that to you. Now, with him being focused, if he is focused, shoot. But that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a major problem. Devin literally just has to keep the phone on the hook, boxed whole fight with his hands down and his wrist. Yeah, he did. No question he did. But also, when Ryan Garcia, notice when Devin Haney was successful, it was when Ryan Garcia was catching his breath because, again, he wasn't physically fit in this fight. He hadn't trained stamina. He didn't train relatively at all. And he did this. He literally fought on athleticism alone. We have said when Tank beat Ryan Garcia, technically that Ryan Garcia was more focused, was more driven, and was actually prepped more in that fight than in this fight. He was. He got beat, knocked out, injured and all. All that still holds true, but he was prepped for that fight. This fight, he did everything just about not to prepare. We watched it. We followed it. Story, the saga, And he did that. So it's more than just keeping the phone on the hip, at least, or phone on the hook. Your hand, your right hand on your face when you throw that jab. It's also when Ryan Garcia did commit and come on the inside and close the distance with Devin Haney. One, Devin Haney couldn't get out the way. And two, when Devin Haney was forced to fight on the inside, he lost every single exchange. Not one was in his favor. Not one. That Philly shell that Ryan's got, the Ryan roll, as it's being now called, all of a sudden we clowned it. Ryan Garcia couldn't do a thing to figure it out. And then when Ryan Garcia went full offensive and Devin Haney tried to get defensive, he wasn't able to do anything. He lost every single exchange. And every time, every round that Ryan Garcia committed to being offensive, he won. Every single one. Devin Haney couldn't outbox that. That's the concern. You got to be more than a boxer against Ryan Garcia. Now, in this fight with you, in this fight that we're seeing with Devin Haney, what are you going to be? How have you evolved? What offensive tactics have you garnered? What type of stipulation on yourself or standard have you put on yourself to make sure that you reinvent what you are? Even without power, you still got to have something. You got to be able to be successful in some capacity when the fight inevitably gets to a range where you're at a deficit, because you have shown with the very thing that we all touted you for, which is being a boxer, you don't have that ability to outbox your way to a win. Against a worse version of Ryan Garcia that's going to most likely, then what's most likely going to come into the next time y'all fight against each other. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot of questions, man. Devin sure took his lickings and went straight for a rematch because his brand went way down. It's way down. He's got to prove. He's got to prove. Now, with everything that he did, this tune-up fight now has more weight than it would have. This fight before the mega fight, if you are successful, now has more weight and more substantial levels of watching ability, more substantial circumstances, more substantial ramifications surrounding the implications of the results and your performance. Scrutiny is even higher. Disdain is even higher for some people. Cachet, your very brand, now resides on what you can do in this fight to prove that you ain't a fluke. That's what this is. Even before the likes of Ryan Garcia. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Drugs didn't do everything. Drugs didn't make Devin Haney's hands drop. Drugs didn't make him not be able to figure out Ryan Garcia's Philly shell defense. Drugs didn't make him not eat check hooks, which, again, we were saying Ryan Garcia would do that same thing before drugs were even in the system. So Garcia, ironically enough, beat you the very way we said he would beat you if he could beat you. He just happened to pop, which, again, understandable. Pop dirty. Everything got taken advantage of. Got punished. Move on. Absolutely. Now, ain't gonna be no excuses no more. No excuses no more. Maybe let's see. I'm almost listening. Ryan lied. Well, I don't know. I don't think he's lied about a lot of stuff, but he ain't lied about not training. He did not lie about not training. I know that for a fact. I know that for a fact. He did not lie about the not training aspect. No, he was not. I've seen him driven and prepared. He was not for this fight, not to the same level, and he still was able to do this, which is impressive. But again, maybe Haney's dad not going to be prejudiced. He's still going to be Bill Haney's still going to be Bill Haney. That ain't going to change. That he's in too deep at this point. That definitely ain't going to change. And sending death threats. I'm telling you, he's not going to change. Devin Haney's his dad is still going to be the same brother he's been this entire time. So the face-off is going to be crazy this time around. Poor Ryan doesn't have his favorite bouncer at this time to control the crowd. Yeah, he doesn't. We don't know what may happen, which adds to the story. Ooh, I'm excited. Let's see. I can't wait to see it. That's going to be fun. That's an ugly Philly shell. It's called Scared. That Philly shell is if you're talking about Ryan Garcia, that Philly shell is it's something serious. It looks bad. It looks horrible. But ironically enough, it worked against Oscar Duarte, and it worked against Devin Haney. Will it work again? We'll have to see. Can't even find it. Looks like he's gotten a little bit better with it. We're gonna see once he fights in May. And I'm excited for it, absolutely. But I think they're calling it the tier one. That's funny. That's funny. That is hilarious. That is funny. It's fine. It's a fine line on him turning his back and getting a point taken away and turning his hip and giving up yours. No, you're right. But at this stage, it ain't been called. That's the thing. As we don't like it. Absolutely. I think it should be better. But my gosh, at this point, the ref's letting it go. He is turning his back in some situations. And in some situations, he's right on the line. But it works. It works, and right now, I don't know how Devin Haney's going to be able to follow through it. And Ryan Garcia can definitively fall back on it if he wants to mitigate whatever Devin Haney's going to do. Because if he turns his back, what? Is it his spleen or kidney that's exposed? And if so, like Devin Haney could have done some damage. We saw the likes of Canelo punch the borderline, was it, I think, kidney or spleen area against Caleb Plant when Caleb Plant was doing his Philly shell. And Caleb Plant Philly shell was great, but what Canelo would do would frame him and pin him down and then punch straight rights to the back and body Like right on that, like literally right on that side. And it was borderline whether it was punching in the back or punching downstairs or punching to the body or punching in the back. But regardless of which, he kept going to that and it was effective. It slowed Caleb Plant down. Inevitably got to the point where, hey, the knockout came. But with Devin Haney, if that opening is there, you can take advantage and punch the spot, but do you have the power to even make it worth going to? And that's where the struggle really lies. And so Garcia beats Haney. Understandable. I think he beats him too. I think he knocks him out. I think he knocks him out quicker than he did the first time. Or excuse me, I think he finishes the job this time around. Because he'll have the stamina. He won't have to lull rounds out. He'll still be too fast for Devin Haney to react to. And physically, it's going to be an issue. Devin Haney's biggest attribute, having a physical advantage, is going to be taken away, like we talked about before. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's going to be dire. And he's going to be fit. When he fights, it's going to be bad. I think it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. It works till someone cracks. And if Devin Haney cracks him, cool. Prove me wrong. But up until this point, you got to show me. And I don't think it's going to happen. Like Rolly, watch out with his power in that silly shell. Yeah, you'll come back and rip you. He'll rip you back. And Devin has power. And see, I said that Devin Haney had power when he fought against Regis Prograis. I said that he had power when he fought and knocked down Prograis twice. Understand him. So he does have power. But it is when he is at a physical advantage against his opponent. We talked about this last year. When Devin Haney doesn't have a physical advantage over somebody, he is in a world of trouble. He is in a bad situation where he can be beat. He can be put in dire straits. Remember, he rehydrates up a lot. He is a big kid for 140. He was a huge kid at 135. Who shouldn't, honestly, who was ballooning up to just close to welterweight or beyond. Once the night of the fight came. Lomachenko, he had an advantage over that too. Came in night of the fight, well and good, bigger than Lomachenko. And we're used to Lomachenko having a physical disadvantage because he's naturally a small 135er. But he is, like, Devin Haney was huge, and he's still giving him some work. I think he should have won the fight, but regardless of which, whole other conversation. Regardless of which, Devin, when he fought against Ryan Garcia, who was the most matching, if not over-encompassing, physical opponent that he has faced to date, he got destroyed. Because many of his tactics, many of his distance management, many of his footwork, game plans, and boxing ability that was able to work on everybody else didn't work on him. Because I can reach you, and you can't out-muscle me if I close the distance. You can't out-physical me if we clinch up. You can't control me physically when we're moving around the ring. You're not imposing me when you're boxing. It's a completely different story. What can you do? And it showed. Now, boxing's ineffective. He's got to be more than a boxer. If he isn't, it's going to be a problem. And so it's possible some guys just have your number. And that's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. Ryan Garcia could just have Devin Haney's number. It could just be the case. No question. Absolutely. And if it is, then, hey, it's just one of those people. Devin Haney just can't get around. But also, I think this bodes true for if Devin Haney fought against Teofimo Lopez. I think this bodes true for Ryan Garcia, Tio. Shoot. And not Liam Poirier. But at this elevated level of 140, I think there's more people than we may realize that could give Devin Haney some real work because they can match him from a physical perspective. Against Regis, he came in 25 pounds. Yeah, he came in 25 pounds plus. And let's see, Devin has power. He just doesn't have the skill set to use it. Different skills. Oh, so you're saying that Devin Haney, he's got power, but his style makes it so that he can't use his power. The technique that he uses doesn't allow for that power to come to fruition. Now, that may be true. That may be true. I'm not saying that that's out the question. I don't think I agree in totality because of the fact that when he moved up, fighting in the same style that he fought at, the biggest thing I was saying was that at 140, he would have the power that he lacked at 135. At 140, he will be a better puncher. And he showed it. Boxing the exact same way against Regis Prograis, who hadn't been knocked down, hadn't been stopped, one of the more tougher fighters in that division as a champion. Undefeated, budding star, good power, great power actually. And when that happened, it was like, yeah, this is the full breadth of what Devin Haney is. Boxing ability, and now with the 5 pounds extra weight, I can crack you. It's going to be a problem. But let's not forget, I think Devin Haney was the first time versus Garcia that we kind of saw, wait a minute, the one correlation with every fight that we've seen Devin Haney be in, he's been the bigger guy. And all of a sudden, in the one instance that he was not the bigger man, not only did that power now go away, when we were all saying he had the power now, after fighting somebody and knocking somebody down who had never been down in their career twice and beating the pillar to the post, stunning them, rocking them, hurting them. Now all of a sudden, against Ryan Garcia, who matched you in every physical attribute, your same style and the very same things that worked against everybody else, that then should have been able to be more powerful once you got to this new division and you showed that they were. Okay, you got the ability to put people out and hurt people. Now that all went out the window in one fight. I think it's more than just the opponent, though it very well could be. I think it's the fact that Haney is a product of his athleticism, but he has great skill sets. But those skill sets are able to be what they are, as successful as they are, due to the natural athletic gifts that he has. But if somebody can match those same athletic gifts, even if they're not nearly as technically able, like with Ryan Garcia, who we've never said is a technical fighter, you can take him. You can beat him. And I think Ryan Garcia is a perfect example of that blueprint. And why I think that sentiment is valid, at least for me. And so, and Shakur has more power than Haney. I don't know who's got more power than who. Shakur just got a knockout against the likes of, well, actually, you might be right. You might be right. You might be right. I think you're right. I've seen Shakur rock and stun a lot more opponents than I've seen Devin Haney rock and stun. I've seen Shakur buzz and catch some people. And it was more than just, ooh, that was a good shot. It was like, oh, that has some sting to it. I've seen that more from Devin Haney or from Shakur throughout the whole of his career than I have from Devin Haney. Yeah, I have. You're right. I think you're right. Shakur got more power. It's just Shakur's hands, like with Floyd, are brittle. Shakur got the power, but he doesn't have the durability in his hands to use it like he wants to. He can't punch like he wants to because his hands are just shot. So he's got to box a different way. No, you're right. You're definitely right about that. If you say Devin balloon up to be bigger as advantage, then why you criticize Tank for hydration to make sure his opponents have a fair weight? Understandable. I hear the argument, but also understand we highlight Devin Haney because, again, one of the more apropos stars. No question. But we have also said that other boxers have done that same thing. Wasn't that one of the biggest critiques with David Benavidez? If I remember correctly. Was that not one of the biggest critiques that we've seen with David Benavidez and other boxers who have ballooned up? We've talked about that before. We have. And we have said that we want to see boxers fight at their natural weight class. So you can't be a weight bully. You can't even have claims of weight bullies. Do what you're supposed to do at the comfortable stuff. Make it strict. If you want to fight below, that's fine. But you can only rehydrate up to like 5 pounds. And then you got to work. That's it. You going. If you get above that 5-pound weight threshold, you're done. Either fights off or you lose all your money. Or make it so that you do same day weigh-ins. Weigh in before and then weigh in the day of. If you ain't on weight, penalty. If you rehydrate above this, penalty. No question. If you're overweight, penalty. Absolutely. No question. But we have seen in the same vein, those same people who do weight bullies, those who fight them straight up. And if anything, they fight them without any sort of weight rehydration, knowing what they're getting into. So if you want to go down the Tank route, we can go through and we can say, Tank is the only brother who, when faced against fighting an opposition who is indeed bigger than him, whether in or above his weight class, when it comes to ballooning up in weight, which we have said is a problem, he is the only man who actually tries to force the other person into fighting them at his weight class instead of doing what we have seen every single other boxer do, which is fight them as they are, which is why we give so much respect. We get it. But every single one of your own peers isn't doing that. All of them are indeed saying, okay, we fight you as is. That's it. If that's what's going to happen, that's what's going to happen. They don't do the rehydration. They don't. And you don't even allow people that fight. And you don't even allow people that fight you, if they are rehydrating, to be able to hydrate to a healthy weight in the first place. We get the limit. We understand the limit, absolutely. But if you do need to rehydrate, you don't even give them the ability to do that. But then you fight at 140. And so your excuse to say that you don't want people to fight above bigger than you, but you fought somebody bigger than them for a title in Mario Barrios, you have no excuse there. You already fought at 140. So at minimum, somebody should be able to hydrate at worst at 140. At best, you should do what we've seen Terrence Crawford do, what we've seen, for the most part, Canelo do, what we've seen, for the most part, Floyd do, and others, which is, if we're going to fight, that's it. If it's what it is, it's what it is. We make it happen. Forget advantage or disadvantage. I'm better than you. I don't care what you come in as. I'm going to beat you up. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Again, we've had this discussions about what should and should not be a fighter when it comes to weighing in, overweight, and all this stuff. Talked about weight bulls and all this, like I said earlier. Doesn't change the fact that everybody else around Tank fights people as is. No rehydration or anything. They fight them as the best that they can be. Lomachenko did it with Devin Haney. Why are you not giving praise to Lomachenko? We keep talking about what Tank is doing. What about what other people are doing that are adjacent to Tank, but are the very things that Tank never does? Lomachenko fights everybody as is. He fought Devin Haney when Devin Haney was upwards of 160. What do you mean? And all of a sudden you're going to hold that against him? That he lost? Is all of a sudden now, does that loss now become just as valid? Does that degrade Lomachenko? Because you weren't smart to put yourself in a position to win? No, he took the test as you were. He took you as you were. He took you on. He took Devin Haney on at his best. He didn't force him to try to do anything. Though everybody should be forced to fight at their healthy weight, like I said earlier. He didn't force you to do that. We at 135, you come in big, okay, cool. But we still gonna fight. Rehydration or not, but we gonna fight. Come as you are and come get this work. And so if anything, Tank enforcing this, though others don't, further pushes the point about Terrence Crawford talking about Tank, saying Tank only fights when he can control everything surrounding the fight. Further implements it. Because everybody else, they didn't choose to control what weight the opponent came in. And they put in work. So with Tank, what are you doing? Why are you taking, in this case, the easy way out? You're holding yourself to a standard that everybody else doesn't hold themselves to, not because, you're doing what should be done, but because maybe you don't think you can actually beat them as they are. Maybe you don't think you can beat them as they are. Especially now. Oh gosh, now. Oh gosh, now. Oh, now? Oh, never. He won't forget. He will never not have a rehydration clause ever again. I'm almost assured. We will never see Tank let anybody fight at 136. I dare say if he ever fights somebody, it would be more likely that he fights somebody at 130 again. I doubt he would even let them get above 133. I promise you, he won't even let them get to his weight class. He will make them fight him at his weight class at 130. Bar limit. Nothing else. With how he's been moving for the whole of his career. Everything is in control. This isn't hate. These are receipts. This is something he's done for Leo Santa Cruz, what he's done for Pedraza and others. And so, it's a problem. It is indeed a issue. Outright. Let's see. Hold on. We got people. Hold on. We got people. Gosh. Ryan. Gosh. Forget Ryan. But I had to give him credit. His level is incredibly fast. One of the fastest I've seen. Understandable. You don't like Ryan Garcia? Well, never mind. I understand why people may not like Ryan Garcia. Completely understandable. Wait, Devin Haney has power. See, yes. Like, again, I don't think he does. And I think whatever power he's had is because of his physical advantage, significant physical advantage. But people still fought him. And even then, he still wasn't knocking people out left, right, and center. At 140, I thought it changed. Didn't change. Outside of Pelgrace, definitely didn't change against Ryan. Unless it changes and shows something against in New York this May. I don't think it's gonna be ever. And so yeah. And so Tank fights like he's scared too much running. Now, hold on now. No, it ain't running. No, I can't say that. I can't go that far. No, Tank is indeed a methodical fighter. Counterpuncher. Looks to go and download, and he'll lose rounds to gain a knockout in the end. He don't fight scared. He didn't fight scared against Lamont Roach. Oh, he did? Not at all. He tried to go he went inside and went to work. But he indeed was effective or aggressive, excuse me. He stood in the pocket. He stood in the center of the ring. He got wobbled a couple times, moved back, then came back in. And after round 7 and on, 6 and on, was indeed, trying to implement, get the knockout. So I definitely can't say he fights scared. I definitely can't say that he fights scared. I can't at all. I cannot at all. At least for me. And so, listen, you're exposing your lack of knowledge. Now, this is very interesting. Perfectly fine. You don't got to agree with what I got to say. Absolutely. I told you I was going to be volatile. Told y'all we were going to say some stuff that people were going to get a lot of people mad. It ain't because I don't know what I know. But because people, some people get in their feelings. Not saying you are. Else for 7-4. But others they feel strongly about this whole endeavor and situation, specifically when it comes to Tank. I know what I know. I don't know everything. Absolutely. I've studied people that know more than me. I've done my best to try to garner a level of knowledge that you can rely on and respect. But that doesn't change with how I approach this. I can at least put my foot down and say, hey, I may not know everything, but doggone it, what I know is what I know. And I'm giving you the best of what I know, even if you don't agree. You can't say, at least in my opinion, my humble opinion, I don't know what I'm talking about. You can't. Rusty Cage, Jay Riggs, Al Booger. Shoot, we can go through the list. I'm small. I am small, absolutely, as a channel. But I got upwards of 1,000 people, almost 2,000 people subscribing, because they think I know what I'm talking about. Again, I'm small. I'm nowhere close to major. Nowhere close at all. I'm not even trying to use my subscriber count as something that is worth anything. Because forget it. Forget it. Absolutely forget it. I am nothing in the grand scheme of this whole social media thing. We're trying to build something special. We're trying to build a big platform. No question. However, I didn't get that, for those of you who've been following, by being anything other than as upfront as I can. You can criticize my verbiage. You can disagree and rebuttal. Bring up points and absolutely would love to hear it. But at the same time, I know what I know. I may not know much, but brother, I do know what I know. I know what I know on that regard. Yeah, Cage, he said some crazy things that are offensive to black. Oh, yeah, yep, see, I thought so. He said some crazy things. Yep, see. And actions speak louder than words. Everyone needs to learn to control their emotions. And you gotta, Ryan Garcia's, there was a point in time when Garcia's actions were so outlandish that, yeah, it wasn't excusable at one point in time. It still isn't now. Hopefully he's got himself back together. I thought it was personal problems that were just running amok in this guy's personal life. I still don't know exactly what transpired that got this man going crazy and insane as he did. But no, he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And he's made some enemies, long enemies, career-long enemies of a lot of people. He's going to do a lot of work to get back in the good graces of people, not in terms of as a boxer, but as a person. And once you lose respect in that regard, it's hard to get it back. It's hard to get it back. It is incredibly hard to get it back. Lomachenko did get beat. Absolutely did get beat. Put in the hospital, can't remember. Probably because I think it was shoulder injury, something like that. Maybe so. But most people say that, yeah, he should have won. Or robbery. A lot of people. Just like with Tank and Roach, Devin Haney and Lomachenko is in that same boat. It is. It's in that same boat. So he beat him. He beat him. Officially, on the record. But in reality, the public feels vastly different. Public opinion. The thing that people, the very people that you say use their wallets to say what they want to see, all of them say that Lomachenko won that fight. Just like all of them are now saying that Lamont Roach won against Tank, and Tank lost against Lomachenko. But again, we've already covered that already. You already know. You've been there the whole time, and I appreciate you tuning in. Everybody else that's been tuning in. This has been great. It's been on and popping. Leave a like on the stream if you agree or disagree. Doggone, just to get more voices in here. Push it to the algorithm. Everybody's going to want to see what we got going on right here on the show, and I thank you so much for tuning in. Absolutely. See, I think Loma got robbed. See what I'm saying? I told you, the people that pay money to see these fights are the same people that are saying that Loma got robbed. Just like with Tank robbing Roach, the same people that paid $80 to see Tank win are the same people that are now saying, brother Tank, you lost. You did not deserve that. You got knocked down. And without the knockdown, even then, you lost. That's the biggest thing. That's quick swerve. Forget resumes. Forget all that. The biggest thing is Tank lost this fight. That's the biggest thing. I think we're overlooking this. We're going all around the bush, but all these other people beating everybody. Oh, the resumes of other people. Oh, the resumes of everybody else ain't on the level of da-da-da-da. Well, guess what? Let me tell you something right now. If everybody on everybody else's resume ain't at the same level as a Tank Davis, who has Keyshawn Davis beat that's on the level of Tank? Who has Shakur Stevenson beat that's on the level of Tank? Who's Lomachenko beat that's on the level of Tank? You can go through all that list. Guess what? None of them are outside of Devin Haney. Actually, the only person that has a comprehensive resume, if you want to go that route, is indeed Devin Haney. And we're saying the same thing about Devin Haney that we're saying about Tank right now. None of Keyshawn Davis's people beat him. None of Shakur Stevenson's people beat him. None of Teofimo's out. Well, actually, no, Sando Martin did beat the likes of Teofimo Lopez, but didn't get called. But Tank got beat by Roach, and this is a wrong decision. But just like Castillo beat Floyd and definitively beat Floyd, Roach beat Tank. You can't say that for Keyshawn Davis, can you? I don't care what you say about the resume. If you want to go resume for resume, we can't go there, especially not somebody on the level of perceived easy beatable ability. Keyshawn Davis beat everybody. Shakur Stevenson beating everybody. It's like those same people that you try to criticize, none of them have a loss on their resume. None of them have a draw on their resume, do they? Do they? None of them got a draw on their resume, do they? Even if they again, Maidana, another great example. Marcos Maidana, another great example. But still, at least he got even Maidana arguably beat him. He went back and got it back in blood and beat him. Castillo, just like a Roach, beat Floyd definitively. There's no question about it. So Tank is closer to Floyd than he's ever thought he was. Because he got beat by a brother and he was gifted a decision. And unlike who you are comparing, all those people are still undefeated. Shakur's still undefeated if you want to go resumes. Keyshawn Davis is a current champion and is undefeated. If you want to go that route, if you want to go there, if you really want to go there, the same people that we talk about we need you to beat, undefeated, not a blemish, spot, or issue. And like we said, contextually, the road that they're taking in their careers is already matching the likes of Tank. So, if anything, Tank, at worst, Tank is fighting at the level of Roach and Shakur, if we want to go there. And he already has a stain that will never come out. A stain that will never heal. He is in the same vein as Floyd, Devin Haney, and others who have either been gifted a win or legitimately drew in a fight that, it wasn't a draw on the slightest. If we really want to go there. So we can argue based on that merit if we want to go there. Maybe the resumes are better if we want to go there. Now, again, if I was a hater, I'd go there. But I'm not. So I'm not going to. But if we wanted to go there, and we want to be as scrupulous as possible, me going the route of these other, again, Canelo haters, Tank haters, or for some other media and or professional pundits, Tank lovers or Tank supporters, if we want to go there, we can go there. But that's not proper, is it? No. There is in every joke, though, in every playing around, there's a semblance of truth. I may tell a joke. I may tell you a joke, but I'll never tell you a lie. That's the terminology. That's the type of respect that we're trying to garner here. And so I can joke around about all that. But brother, you can't walk around and say that Tank's resume is now just unshakable. You can't, compared to everybody else. Because I'm saying at best, two people have already matched, or at least one person, Shakur, has matched it, and Keyshawn Davis is prone to beat it by the same age with the way he's moving right now. And already, now, if Tank had any leg to stand on of him, yo, I ain't got nobody in the world can stop me. Somebody can, at minimum, fight you to a standstill. And if anything, the only reason why it was deemed a standstill is because you're Tank. If your name was anybody else, you would lose. If your name was anybody else, you would have lost this fight. That's the only thing. If your name was anybody else, Tank loses this fight. If Tank was Floyd Schofield, he loses this fight. If Tank was Errol Spence, he loses this fight. If Tank was any other name but the likes of Tank, he lose. His brand became more than his talent. His brand became more than his ability. His brand wasn't his ability, but it was the recognition. He got bigger than what he was. He got bigger than what his actual, not saying his talent wasn't still great, but that wasn't what was carrying him. It was the name. It was the glitz and glamour. It was the facade of being a god. That's what carried him. The dream, the idea of Tank carried Tank to where he is now. And now that same facade's been taken down. And you gotta look and say, yeah, nah. You can't say that you ain't above anybody anymore. You can't say that you're above anybody anymore, excuse me. You can't say that your resume is the tops. Because now your resume is indeed. With this, a couple people's eyes are starting to get it. Hey, a couple people are starting to look a little bit differently. A couple people are starting to look, wait a minute, this brother took you this far? And he wasn't supposed to? How in the world? Why ain't you fighting these other people? Why ain't you already fight the big names already? Now the facade of what makes Tank starting to get quelled down. Starting to get ripped apart. Starting to get sticky up in here. When it comes to the temple that is Tank Davis and the idea that is Gervonta. And once the facade starts to fall, now that's when scrutiny starts coming into play. It happened with Floyd. It happened with Canelo. Now it's happening with Tank. And so Tank is like Wilder without the metal pins in his hands. Helps to get knockouts. Yeah, the Tank is pure power. He's, again, counterpuncher. He doesn't need a great counterpuncher, but also pure power. You're just making up your own narrative in your head. Nobody think Tank, well, that's a bold-faced lie. I've seen people say that Tank would beat Terrence Crawford today. I've seen some people say that Tank is on par with the likes of Ali. I've seen some people say Tank is on par with Roberto Duran. I've seen some people say Tank is better. No. There are entire pages dedicated to this man. Just like with Floyd. There are entire fandoms that do not care about anybody else but Tank. There are people that have, do you understand? I want you to understand something. There are people that have put down Alexander Usyk to pipe up what Tank is. There are people that have put down Inoue. Inoue has garnered Tank's respect, and Tank don't respect nobody. There are people that have garnered Tank Davis's respect verbally on multiple times. There's Tank. Inoue is the only man. Inoue is the only man that hasn't actively said a negative word from the side of Tank in his camp or anybody. And his own fans still called that man terrible, unproven. You ain't really worth all that. Come fight at 130, see what you can do. And the brother's at 122. You ain't bad. You ain't nothing. You terrible. You're just a hype job. And now, you may say I may not know boxing. I ain't got no knowledge. But I've been saying that Inoue has for a couple of years been the best boxer in the world. Right now, he's the second best boxer in the world. I've tracked this brother's entire career. I've said this man, pound for pound, one of the greatest in history, on par to have a similar career to like Manny Pacquiao, and is going to go down as probably one of the greatest of all time if he keeps the same level up. He's one of the best pure boxers I have ever seen in the sport, on par with the likes of a unique type of skill set from Roy Jones Jr. It's just flipped. Instead of athleticism leading the technical ability, because Roy was incredibly technical, it was the technical ability that then leads the athleticism on the side of Inoue. Two sides of the same coin. I've talked about this before. Yes or not? Tank is people's God. Just like Canelo is some people's God. There's plenty of fans that scrutinize everybody else and only love their one. And they will rip apart past greats' legacies for the sake of their own fighter that they want to support. There were Floyd fans that were putting Floyd above Ali just because Floyd said, I'm better than Ali. And they genuinely, to this day, still hold that sentiment. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's preposterous. And so, no, it ain't a narrative. It's real. It's not a narrative. It's real. I'm not trying to make stuff. No, it's real when I say this. I know, yeah, and Wilder does have metal in his hands. No, it's real. He actually has pins in his hands from a past boxing injury earlier in his career. Now, he always had power, but he had to get knuckles and, I think was it knuckles and wrist, I think, surgery on, and they were playing pins implemented inside of them that just never got taken out. They didn't need to. It's part of the reconstruction thing, I believe. And so, yeah, but no, it's for real. It's for real. It's incredible. Again, that's partially why the brother's got the greatest right hand in boxing history. Honestly, it's like Lex Luger. You remember Lex Luger? If you remember Lex Luger, but he had that not atomic elbow, but he had like steel in his forearm as one of the biggest means for his success. And he had, what is it, a diving clothesline or a straight up clothesline that were going in people because he had metal in his arm? That's Wilder. That is indeed Wilder. And so, let's see. Oh, asking people in the chat. My bad. So sorry. Trying to make sure we still catch people's chat. Hey, let's see. Watch this might be something good to click. Hey, let's see. A boxer once said, "You can put a dime in each of my knuckles and see how many I knocked out, and that will make a huge difference." Yeah. It does make a difference. It accentuated the power that Wilder had, but he might not be able to box without it. From the standpoint of like punching without it. So it's like, they let it go. Regardless of which, now shoot. I think pins and no pins, he was still a stupid man to fight against. Pins in his hands just made it even better. Oh boy. But it's medically okay. And so, well, shoot, if it's medically okay, I tell you what, maybe Devin Haney should get some reconstructive surgery in his own wrist, get some vertebral rods in there, and maybe we see that brother get some power as he goes on through his career. Maybe that's what he needs at this point. Everybody gets a metal rod. All of a sudden, we're looking like a Gearless Joe, the anime. If you watch the show where everybody's got enhancements, my gosh, it'd be incredible. We might as well just have super soldiers at that point. It's gonna be phenomenal. It's everybody's life is in danger if we go that route. But I still like Wilder. He's exciting to watch, not taking anything away. No, Wilder's still one of the best heavyweights of this time. Absolutely, no question about that. And so it's man, I wish that buddy just learned to box sooner. And if he did, boy, Wilder with some actual boxing talent would be incredible. Would indeed be incredible. Wilder's animation is a million times worse than Austrian. I'm just gonna again. Wilder It's because he had to fight. And it's like, I think it's like part of him now. Like, I don't think they can separate it. I don't think they can separate it once everything's set. And the organization made it medically cleared that, yeah, he's cool to do it. And also, he was doing the same level of knockouts before, I believe, before said wrist thing. So it's like he was already still an incredible puncher. But I understand it. When you got to face it, you're like, oh my gosh. But this man's hit me with such a lead pipe in the palm of his hand. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous. And I can't in good faith put Wilder ahead of guys like Foreman, Frazier, and Marciano. Again, I said that I would say Wilder has the greatest right hand that boxing's ever seen. Whole of boxing acumen, from a power perspective, every punch is Ernie Shavers and then George Foreman. Frazier's in my top 10. Julian the Hawk Jackson's is, I think, my top 3. And shoot, so I think somebody brought it up. Somebody, Jackson Mortal Kombat. Y'all are stupid. Y'all are ridiculous. Y'all need to stop. Look. Y'all are too much. Y'all are too much, doggone it. You're gonna have a whole cavalcade. Essentially, boxing's no longer boxing. It's just Mortal Kombat with gloves. That's what this is. Killer Instinct. That's what this cat is. But it's doggone Killer Instinct at this point. It's ridiculous. Oh shoot. Y'all are funny. Y'all are hilarious. Y'all are hilarious. Ethically, it's not okay. It's not okay. Stop it. Again, it is a problem. I get it wholeheartedly. I wholeheartedly understand. I wholeheartedly get the disdain. I think it got to a point where boxing fans just accepted it. And we were like, yep, that's Wilder. And so, again, it's incredible. And again, I'll do more research on that whole situation so I can see exactly what's in his wrist. How effectively does that actually add to the whole power that he's got? Is it in his knuckles? Is he looking like Wolverine? I just know it's somewhere in the right hand. Where? I'm not sure. Who knows? But I'll look it up more often. No question about it. Absolutely. But I completely understand the outright disgust when it comes to now it clicking. Wait a minute. No wonder Wilder was knocking everybody out. No wonder Robert Lanius dropped dead when he got caught with a right hand on Wilder that was on the back foot. I ain't never seen Wilder knock out somebody on the back foot. If anything, you mean to tell me this man's been fighting like a stinking enhanced super soldier, like an X-Men? This brother was. We got Colossus fighting in the ring. We got Bucky Barnes in the ring fighting for years. And oh shoot! We got a Winter Soldier fighting in the ring for over 15 years. Ain't nobody saying a doggone thing about it. What you mean this is okay? What you mean we just accepted this as, yeah, it's just him, brother. Oh shoot. Oh gosh. Oh my stomach hurts. Oh shoot. This man. Y'all seen that gif of that white guy? I forget. It might be from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but I could be wrong. But it's a gif of him, the white guy from the show, and having like a big wall of all of this red line stuff. And he's like connecting dots with each other. He got the marker in his hand. He's trying to explain what's going on. And it's like, oh my gosh, yeah, it's all adding up. Or that recent commercial with JJ Redick, the ESPN did when he was looking crazy in a boiler room with papers and sheets everywhere. And he's like, my gosh, yo, I finally got it. The trick to what made the triangle work and all this stuff. And he's looking disheveled and insane. I feel like that's what Rusty Cage is going through right now. Right now. When it comes to the realization of exactly of what has made Wilder, potentially what's made Wilder all these years. Look, I'm sorry that you had to go through this level of epiphany. I'm sorry to put it on you in such a overwhelming fashion. I apologize, but yes, he is essentially Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, walking in the middle of the ring. Enhanced strength on top of the strength that he's already got naturally, which is also insane. So it's, oh shoot, that's funny. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious. That's oh gosh, what's top three Mortal Kombat characters? My top three, Jax is my number one. Baraka is my number two. Love Baraka. And then three's a good one. Three's a good one. Who'll be my third? It's not Sub-Zero, ironically enough. It's not Scorpion. It's not Sub-Zero. It's not Scorpion. I think it's Goro. And I hate the fact that he's not I don't think he's in the latest one. But I think it's Goro. My top three, it is, that's my top three. Jax, Goro, who did I say was the second one? Talk on it. No, excuse me. Jax, Goro, Raiden. That's who it is. Jax, Goro, and Raiden. Those three. I think those three are my favorite. I think those three are my favorite. Jax, because he, again, fought like a boxer. I used to love like the hand-to-hand stuff. Loved it. Goro, because I love, like, he's so big, and then he would like rip people apart, and you can like just walk through stuff and then like grab him and slam him, grab him, slam him. It was great. It was phenomenal. I used to play with Goro a lot back in the day. He looked really cool. And also I loved his grappling that he would use in the games. Because I love grabbing folks. Yeah. And then Raiden, because I always rocked with Raiden. Raiden was just cool. Raiden was just really, really cool. He was dope. And I think he just looked cool. And I was like, okay, yeah, I want him. Oh, and then Liu Kang. Liu Kang, my fourth one. Liu Kang, my fourth. And then, who's the main brother? The main brother. Brother with the hammer. The brother with the hammer. The father. Shao Kahn. My fifth. Shao Kahn. That's who it is. Shao Kahn. And so those are my five. That's my top five. Jax, Goro, Raiden, Shao Kahn, and then let's go Raiden, Shao Kahn. Jax, Goro, Raiden, Shao Kahn, Liu Kang. Those are my five. Jax, Goro, Raiden, Shao Kahn, Liu Kang. Those are my top five. I love playing the Mets Admiral. Again, it took me a while to get good at the game, but loved it. And the fatalities were incredible. I love the fatalities. Loved it. It was so visceral. It was so good. But again, I'm sounding like a masochist. Let me keep on going. Let me see. Another meme is on Wilder. Another meme on Wilder. This whole time he's been saying Fury is a cheat, and they didn't invest in. They need to do an investigation on this. And you're doggone right. They doggone it. They ain't the only brother that's got something in his gloves in it. Ain't just an egg-shaped form, but you got a doggone fist, a literal iron fist inside your glove. It's wild. Remember, Jack said that. See, you have that windmill combo, verbatim. Almost, you could almost call it plagiarism with the way the Wilder throws his shots once he really gets going. Yeah, it's just like that. Let's see, Katana, Sub-Zero, Johnny Cage, I can't. Okay, Johnny Cage, your favorite. I used to love Johnny Cage, but I think Raiden and Liu Kang kind of overshadowed him. Liu Kang because I really like the Bruce Lee inspired shove and that essentially bicycle kick in the air. You can just keep on going across the screen. I think that sold me on him. And so yeah. But because I forgot about Katana. Nah, Katana was dope. And respect to Sub-Zero. Absolutely. I hated it when people used to freeze me in the center of the stage and take my back and then do another combo. Oh, I couldn't stand it. Oh boy. I can't wait for part 2. He's coming back. Oh, he's coming back? He's coming back. Oh, this is gonna be exciting. Jax was, yeah, see, Jax was OP. He was, see, y'all remember Jax was that brother. Jax was that brother in the game. No question. And so let's see. So we got a couple, Scorpion and Raiden, Liu Kang. Gotta go with Johnny Cage for Al Booger. I respect it. No question about it. No bosses. Okay, understandable. Some people didn't like play with boss characters. Could be OP. I got it. I think Goro was a boss character. He was, wasn't he? Shoot, I didn't care. I just loved using him anyway. Yeah. Can't cheat, you cheat. Goro, isn't that a boss character? No, in one of the games, I remember in one of the games, there was one where you could play as Goro. He was an actual playable character in one of the Mortal Kombats. I distinctly remember it. I think in the most recent Mortal Kombat, he's a boss character or one of these side characters that you can use, but he's not you can't use him. He's like a support character. Or you can bring him in for your not X-ray. Shoot, what's it called? When you press R1 or RB and they go into the whole I think it used to be called X-ray, I think. Like a sequence where you could do an attack and he would do an attack, you would do an attack, shift the momentum of the fight and all that stuff. I think you can use him in that. But I know there was one game where you can use him as a boss character. Might have been MK9. Might have been. Wasn't MK10. I think he got added as MK11, but regardless of which. I remember using him and I was like, yo, this is dope. And stuff, just because he's big and fun to use. And so yeah. He's up there, big trouble in Little China. Yep, see, I'm messing you, Little China. See, she's like, hey, look now, wait a minute now. What you mean I'm cheating like Wilder? Hold on a minute. He was an actual character. I was younger when I used him, okay? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I was just having fun when it came to it. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. I just was trying to have some. I didn't even win when I used Goro. I just used him because he looked dope and it was fun. And you could grab people. I still wasn't good at the game. And so I didn't know when I first I didn't know anything about the game. I just know you could play as him. And I was like, oh, I want to play as the big guy. And I played as him. And so it's like, I was just trying to have fun. I wasn't trying to cheat. I don't want that on me. Don't hate me like y'all hate Ryan Garcia. Don't put that on me. My gosh. Oh, shoot. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm hurt. I got integrity. My goodness. Oh, my heart. I like Cyborg. What's his name? Cyrex. I think it's Cryax. It's either Cryax or Cyrex. But no, he was dope. Them little missiles used to mess me up. Oh, I hated that. Oh, I despised that. Oh, shoot. Oh, every time somebody would fire it, they close the distance, and then when I tried to jump above it or duck it, they would come in. And I couldn't get it down. But no. He was up. Look. Okay, I was younger. I was just trying to have some fun. Okay, excuse me. I didn't know anything about the game up until like later on. And then, okay, I got invested. Now, I wasn't using Goro like that. Okay, I was just trying to have some fun. My gosh. Oh, shoot. My goodness. Let's see. Just saw Fatal Fury Pressure with Rolly Ryan and Haney and all of them. Okay, so you got to see it. I was trying to track it, but we got all in sorts, and really in deep conversation on the fight. Hopefully you enjoyed it with everything. Yeah, look up after the credits on the part where they show the poster on the wall. Okay, all right. Tio's a goofball. Well, what did Tio do? I was in the midst of talking. I didn't get to catch it as it was going live. I knew he came in shirtless, and I knew he was running amok. I didn't get to see it live. Please tell me how he went in terms of all the craziness that ensued. I'm gonna be watching. I can't. It's probably gonna be incredible. It's probably gonna be ridiculous. Oh shoot! I can't wait to see what he's got to say on the whole. But I can imagine he acted the fool. Let's see. Unlock all characters, and then you can't. You can. But he's the boss. See, look. I was younger. He was just cool. And when I got older, when it was like, okay, yeah, we can agree to use them together. Now that we're all on the same playing field and we just try to have some fun, I used them, and I still didn't win it all. But I would just try to have some fun. Please give me some grace. I'm not a cheater. I don't try to spam. I try to win with integrity. But it's like, oh gosh. I am glad to see we got some gamers in the chat though. It is dope. Y'all are mad competitive. I do love it. They need to add Show Enough on Last Dragon and regular. If they do, oh gosh, if they do, if they get the rights to do that, oh shoot, I think they're more likely to add Show Enough than anything. Brother, oh, I pay for that. I'm paying for that DLC. Outright. I want the intro. I want the chants. I want the same smack talk. I want the same bad looking glow that came on him and on old buddy. I want it all. If he gets added to. That's gonna be, oh, that'll be fun. That would be so much fun. Fun fact, if you use ice in the title of Mortal Kombat, means Sub-Zero is the bad guy. Oh, really? Hold on. If you see the ice in the title of Mortal Kombat, means Sub-Zero was the bad guy storyline. Oh, now I did not know that. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, shoot, that's interesting. I'm gonna find out more about that. What other Easter eggs y'all know about when it comes to Mortal Kombat? I never knew. That. I just thought it was a cool. I thought it was a cool look or whatever. I didn't know. Shoot, I completely missed it. That's dope. That is dope. I'm kind of hyped about the Terminator's 90s game HD release. Oh, is that coming out this year? Is that I knew there was one coming out. If that's coming out this year, I hope it lives up to the hype. I hope it does. It's gonna be single player. It's gonna be phenomenal. Oh, it's gonna be. I can't wait to see it. I'm excited for it. If it lives up to the hype, oh, it's gonna have a lot of replay value. And when it does, ooh, I'm gonna have some fun. Oh, I'm gonna have some fun. It's gonna be exciting. I can't wait. But please, if you know it, tell us when it's gonna come out. I don't have a release date on hand, and so, but when I do see it, ooh, buddy, get your PS5s and Xbox Ones ready, or PCs for my elites out there. Hey. For those of you who are of the upper echelon, higher than the rest of us when it comes to the gaming world, as you are indeed building your own system. Yes, I know you. You on your PC with your RTX 720, 580, whatever the newest graphics card is, you and your elite status. Hey, we bow to your greatness and your ability to make a phenomenal gaming device. With all the y'all elitists. I know you out there. I know how y'all feel about us console gamers. Brother, we still run this gaming show. Don't let your fancy LED hard drives or whatever fool us. Doggone it. Yeah, I'm coming after you. Don't worry. I can take my stuff on the go. You can't do nothing. Yeah, how's it feel? They do get online for free though. Shoot. They can play online without having to pay anything. Doggone it. Maybe all are better than us. Who knows? But regardless of which, we still, oh boy, we still got people talking through. Okay, so it's coming out soon, potentially this year or next year. Might even come out 2027 if they're really taking their time on it. We'll have to wait and see. I'll check the trailer. Okay, JV's gonna check the trailer. I'm still using PS4. Look, I think that thing's gonna be PS5 exclusive. So if you can, save some money and go get yourself a PS5. If you can, or Xbox One also, one of the next gen consoles, if you can. You can get them refurbished for about $475 to $425. You can trade in some stuff and get some new stuff. You can trade in your PS4 for a PS5, get some money off, and also still play the same games on the console. And so, hey, they got backwards compatibility. So, hey, props to it. It should be possible. If you can do it, I would strongly encourage you to do it. Because we got a lot of stuff coming. I got it. Look, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. In this economy, we get it. Everybody can't just jump to the best thing. We know, hey, you play what you play. But save some money. Put like $10 here, $20 there. Maybe take off a night to eat. And when you're on your job, and put a little in it. And then next thing you know, in a couple months, shoot, you'll be able to get it. Absolutely. And if you can, get refurbished. You'll be supposed get refurbished stuff. Look, you can buy the parts to put that thing brand new if need be. But it works just like it's supposed to work. And a little bit cheaper. Most of the stuff is brand spanking new. People just took it back because they didn't want it. So you'll be surprised. All right, if you can do it, do it. I believe it. But I believe in you. You can do it. You can make it happen. You can definitely make it happen. It's got to be good stuff. I can't wait to see it. This year is a 2D remake. Oh, okay. So I'm still excited to see it. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. And let's see. My phone is still there. Good gosh, it's ain't no fucking. Again, if it works, it works. My wife, begs me to get rid of my iPhone X. You got an X? Now hold on, sir. Now hold on. Now. I'm all for rocking with using stuff until the wheels fall off. However, with the iPhone X, we're closer to iPhone 20 than we are to an iPhone 10. Now, I'm not a phone elitist. I'm not saying Apple's better. I'm not saying bump Samsung. I'm not saying bump Apple. But I am saying it would be smart for security purposes if you would go and upgrade your phone. Just as something, an iPhone 13, a Samsung Galaxy 8, 9, not even of the latest, for security reasons. I think it would be apropos if you'd be willing to look to upgrade. Again, if it works, it works, but just for your own, I think on that aspect, I think I'm with your wife, that if you can upgrade it, please, it ain't even got to be a major upgrade, but I think on that point, you might have to bite a bullet on that, boy. I can't lie. It is really the best thing, or just a new iPhone, or is it really the best thing, or just a new phone with fancy or no fancy stuff for no reason? No. So with the way phones work, whether it's Samsung or Apple or anything. With the modern day, it ain't like a Nokia where you can just have the basic stuff and then you're good to go. But when it comes to this, phone security and with technology improving, also hackers and the ability to essentially hackers, scammers, and other things to be able to get into systems and steal people's info or whatever the case may be, it also elevates on the tech side. So every time technology gets faster, the ability to get inside the technology also gets more effective. That can be your own information, your own devices, and whatever the case may be. The goal of upgrading your phone is to make it so that your phone constantly gets the security updates to prevent such things from happening. Let's say you say passwords to your phone, or whatever the case may be. Older phones are more susceptible to potentially getting, hey, somebody can get into your device and take stuff out. Because on the iPhone side, iOS or their security software stops updating on certain phones after a couple years. And then, boom, you got to get a new one to make sure that you're protected, or at least as protected as you can be. And so that's why it's encouraged to update, not even every year. Don't update every year, no. But every couple of years, at least look to get a newer version of a phone so that you're not lagging behind. So you can be sure that you have the proper security measures to protect yourself, your information, your money, and whatever vital stuff you want to not be in anybody else's hands. Because with proper iOS and or Samsung's security software, you can get in, you make sure, hey, you all good. Again, I'm not trying to vouch for either one. Whichever one you get, they both do the same thing. And that's why it's always good to upgrade at least somewhat. It ain't got to be the newest. Don't got to be the latest. Don't buy into the most hottest and latest. the $2,000, $5,000 phones. No, but at least a minor update would be smart for you to make sure that you and everything that you want to be protected is indeed protected. And so, yeah, but just a food for thought for those of you who don't know. I'm saying the phone's like iPhone X, 7 years ago. But with the span of how quickly stuff has transpired and evolved for security sense, because again, I like learning about, like here's a part of what I do. I like learning about security. I got feeling there's insecurity. So I know a lot of this behind the scenes stuff when it comes to what goes on and why it's important when it comes to security, updates, phones, and whatnot. So it's like, yeah, it is, as even though it's only been 7 years, we've progressed the equivalent of like 25 when it comes to past years to where they got to a certain point in technological history. We've expedited that tenfold to where it only takes 2 years to make what would have been considered a 5-year jump in our ability to make something bigger, better, faster, for cheaper. And so it's the tech world, it always goes. It always goes, man. I'm telling you, it's a whirlwind. It is indeed a whirlwind. And so your info's already in the metro. Most likely it is. I can't lie. I can't lie. It most likely is there. Everybody's giving something to something. So you want to be as safe as you can be. But no, it's you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong at all. You ain't wrong about that at all. And so, yeah, telling my wife I know what my BD plus is going to be. All right, see, oh yeah, playing for the future. It's the wild west out there. Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Good, yeah, good food for thought. See, we don't just do sports. We try to give facts of life for people. We want you in all facets of life to be able to have a phenomenal life, not just be more thought-provoking in the sports world. But brother, we're here to inform. We're here to indulge. We're here to give you a good time and to learn something in the process. And hey, maybe Apple will sponsor me. Maybe Samsung sponsor me. I'm multifaceted because I want everybody to sponsor me on every given point. I want to be able to do phone giveaways. I want to be able to do trips to fights for giveaways. I want to be able to give away some money. Not my money, but some company's money to you all. All that and more. We're going to make it happen on this show. But thank you all so much because all this right now is possible. Hey, because of you and your support. No question. But shoot, I think we about done. It's 5 o'clock. I did not think we were going to go this far or this long at all. My gosh. Tanks got everybody riled up. Got me mad and upset. And shoot, I wouldn't doubt that we got people coming back here tomorrow. Shoot, we still probably going to be talking about this because people going to have more questions and comments. But we gotta end it. We got to end it now. We do. Shoot, I almost forgot. John Cena. What's up with John Cena? I do got to say that before we leave. What's up with John Cena? Well, for those of you who are in the spaces of the WWE, we have now seen. Let's see. See y'all Thursday. I was rained out today, so I got to stay on for longer. Oh, you did? No wonder. I'm expecting you to be gone by now, brother. I thought you would be late for work. But hey, brother, I'm glad that you're here. Thank you for tuning in. But you got to head out. No question, no problem. We get ready to end the show. But I'm going to talk about John Cena real quick. But I do appreciate you coming through on the stream. Does my heart really good. Absolutely. We'll see you on Thursday. No question about it. But when it comes to, you didn't do the championship rounds. I did. I brought up the banner. We've been in it for like 2 hours. We've been in it for 2 hours, the championship rounds. That's why we talked about Bacoli. That's why we talked about all the stuff with Mortal Kombat. We were in the championship rounds right now. I put up the banner like an hour 30 ago. And then y'all brought up questions. We let off the championship rounds with Gary Antoine Russell and that whole performance. Who should he fight next afterwards? How should this whole thing go with him and potentially Richardson Hitchens? Then Richardson Hitchens versus the likes of Matias or Gary Russell. Who should he fight in that midst? Piggybacking on to, hey, will we see Hitchens fight against Teofimo Lopez? Talking about Teofimo Lopez. We went through a lot of stuff. We did. It's been the championship rounds this whole time. But we got to end it with Cena, like you talked about. What's up with John Cena? Well, if you didn't see Elimination Chamber last night, let me give you a quick backstory. We were seeing John Cena's retirement tour, were we not? Yes, indeed. The situation with Cena in his last legs on the last year of his career. Looking to retire this year. Looking for one more shot at WrestleMania. Looking to break Ric Flair's championship record, of 17 world titles for a career. lost at the Royal Rumble after coming into the last two, lost to Jey Uso. Now Jey Uso's fighting Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania. Or is it Drew McIntyre? No, excuse me. He's fighting Gunther at WrestleMania for the World Heavyweight Championship. Cena lost a shot at the title there. Then went to the Elimination Chamber. Got there. What happened? CM Punk, Cena, last two in the chamber. CM Punk potentially getting ready to win. Goes through and is essentially looking to set up something with the likes of Cena sprawled out in the middle of the ring. Looking out there, I believe, do a leapfrog over the top rope. Seth Rollins comes through and does a curb stomp after getting eliminated. And that brother, John Cena, immediately comes through, puts on an STF, doesn't submit him, but Punk passes out, and we got Cena going to WrestleMania. Oh gosh, can you believe it? Cena's going to WrestleMania. He's here. It's time. My goodness, the dream is alive. We're going to get one more shot at Cena becoming a 17-time world champion, getting a final shot at the biggest dance imaginable, going up against Cody Rhodes for the world, not the world, for the WWE Championship. And then at the last part of the night, Cody comes through, Cena comes out, Cena's out, Cody's out, and we see Rock come out. Rock was saying he's going to go and get Cody's soul. Is Cody going to give Rock his soul? Sell out like Rock did when he was corporate Rock with Vince McMahon. Sell out like Steve Austin did when he shook hands with the devil himself in Vince McMahon at WrestleMania, betraying The Rock. What's going to happen? Cody says essentially, go bump yourself. Get out of here. Big pop. Huge pop. Goes to hug John Cena. And then John Cena goes from smiling to outright disdain. Looks Rock in the face. Rock nods his head. Rock cuts his throat with two fingers in the air. And then blows in the wind. John Cena releases from the hug, shakes Cody's head, and then kicks him in the nuts. And then now, boom. Oh my gosh. Cena just turned heel. Cena just ruined the childhoods of millions and millions of people around the world. 20 years of greatness and hustle, loyalty, respect down the drain. And Cena sold his soul to The Rock.
Hey, look at this. We got the problems
I could not believe it.
Problems here.
Are you kidding me? It was a shock to us all. I want Hogan to join Rock and Cena, Illuminati world. So you want the new world order outright in a whole new scope. Now, I don't think Hogan's gonna come back because Hogan, one, is like 60, and two, Hogan, because of his real life, really problematic. Like, forget politics. His real life is incredibly problematic, and the WWE universe really doesn't rock with that brother. As you saw when he tried to come out for the Royal Rumble. Oh, he got booed out the building. I doubt he's coming back. But. When you remember earlier when Netflix first got on Raw, and we saw The Rock come out, and he held up three fingers. No, he went like 1, 2, 3, and then brought his hands down, and then walked away. And that looked weird, and we were like, what the word that mean? That actually was signifying he's got three people that he's going to get in his back pocket to implement his type of thing. And Cena was one of them. Also, Cena's thing is, the hustle, loyalty, respect, when he goes like this out to the crowd. Rock did that same thing, turning his palm to the back of the audience. Since you've seen him turning his back on his fans as a third man. And then, it's tremendous. See, oh gosh, oh shoot. Oh, that'll be monstrous, insane, ridiculous. And it'll sound like hotcakes. But I think there's two people that there's two more people that he's going to try to get with him. Because I think Cena was the first. Now, why Cena would do it, I don't know. But I think there's three people. Cena, he's going to try to get Roman Reigns on his side. And dare I say, he gets Randy Orton as that third person. Randy Orton's a face. Everybody loves him. 293 pounds of just sheer unadulterated muscle. Just came back against Kevin Owens. RKO and everybody. Looking better than ever. Better than the first time he came back as a walking behemoth. A 6'5", almost 300-pound wall of meat. Looked phenomenal. And it's bald Randy too. Brother, what if we see Rock, Cena, Orton, and Roman all team up together, and that's the faction, and that's like brother, oh my gosh, and we see they all go like the NWO and try to run through the whole of the WWE. I'm talking about Cena and Orton, or Cena gets the championship, beats Cody Rhodes, gets the title. After WrestleMania, Orton seems like he's going to feud with Cena, join Cena. They go, while Cena's still WWE champion, they go and become tag team champions. Cena and Rock, two of the people that despised each other, with the greatest rival that Cena has had for the whole of his career. They are now a duo with each other. Rock goes in with Roman. Roman goes and beats, if Jey Uso beats Gunther, Roman goes and beats Gunther for the heavyweight championship. And now Roman and Rock are back together. And then Rock comes as the head of it all, orchestrating everything, on top of having the bloodline under his regime. Because mind you, he still is a high chief. And though though Roman Reigns won the Ulafala and is indeed the tribal chief currently, they could see Rock as the real leader. We could see, that could lead to even the likes of doggone Jacob Fatu. Already some dissension with him and Solo Sikoa and Tama Tonga. He could betray Solo Sikoa. And then when we all think he's going to go out on his own and be dominant, this buddy goes and sides with The Rock. And Tama Tonga and Jacob Fatu now are behind The Rock. And The Rock's controlling all of the pieces of the 5 biggest heavy hitters in the land today. Rock, Orton, Roman, Cena, Jacob Fatu, with Tama Tonga as an additive. Brother, you want to talk about just like, oh shoot, that would be insane. And let's not forget, Bray Wyatt and the Wyatt Six and Uncle Howdy, all that could still transpire with this whole thing. All of it. All of it. Don't forget, Bray Wyatt started this. Firefly Funhouse, WrestleMania during COVID. He unwrapped the layers of what John Cena was. You're not a man, you're a beast. You are not somebody who is just hustle, loyalty, and respect. No, you are a monster. Let me in. Be the monster you were supposed to be. You constrained yourself against Brock Lesnar. You constrained yourself even against the likes of Orton. You've constrained yourself all these years trying to live up to an expectation that you are not actually supposed to be living up to. You have hustle. You got loyalty. And you got respect. But it should be for yourself. Go through and be the monster that I know you actually are. You want to talk about, and they do vignettes of Bray Wyatt from beyond the grave. The Fiend Max coming out sometimes during his Cena's promos, or flashing on the LED screens around the ring. The sound of the lights powering down like it was always happening when the Wyatt Six and or Bray Wyatt would come out. Flashing, let me in ever so slightly. Symbolism all around wherever John Cena goes. This is what Bray Wyatt wanted. This makes me so sad. If Bray Wyatt had never died, what he could have done with this storyline. Him and Cena, with everything that we just saw right now, the biggest turn in modern day history. Only thing arguably bigger is Hogan turning at WCW into a bad guy by betraying Randy Savage. That's the only biggest thing. And nobody expected it. This is the only thing that, like, this Cena's thing rivals that, and there is no equal to how insane of a turn this is. And if Bray Wyatt was alive, you want to talk about the amount of psychological horror that him and Cena would be able to push through when we see Cena embrace what the Fiend and Bray said that he was. Oh my gosh. And then the redemption story would have been great. Everything would have just, chef's kiss. Stupid and phenomenal. Stupendous, and phenomenal. It's, would have been so good. But regardless of which, this is still an insane type of situation. Friday, Monday, 40 days to WrestleMania, roughly 40 to WrestleMania. Oh, it's going to be a time. It's going to be incredible. Get ready for the ride. Get ready for the ride, because my gosh, it's going to be incredible. Them and Seth Rollins. And Io Sky just be Rhea Ripley. She's gonna face Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. Like, stuff is moving and shaking. This is why I love the WWE. This is why I love wrestling. Because it's so good. It's so good. And you think that's fire? See, I appreciate that you think my fantasy booking is something spectacular. But regardless of which, we got to wrap it up. It's almost 6 o'clock. We got stuff to do, and I need to eat, and I am hungry. But this has been a phenomenal show. And with all that being said, this has been another episode of The Watchable with me, John Roach, on this show. Thank you so much for all of your support and you tuning in to what we got going on. It has been a blast. It's been incredible. We've had a lot of conversations. This whole conversation with Tank and everything still is probably going to continue throughout. But shoot, come next week too. I'm almost assured. I promise you it's going to be something that keeps on rolling through. We're going to have more people talking, more people happening, more people going to be coming through. We got so much more to discuss and dissect on this road to this new landscape of the boxing world that we got to offer. And we're going to be here for it all. Mark my words, and I appreciate it. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say. I'm going to see you Thursday. Y'all have been wonderful. Y'all have been beautiful. I've been John Welch. This has been The Welch Report. Follow us on every podcasting platform. Peace and love. Oh, we are out here. Yes, sir. We gone. Enjoy your night. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your afternoon. Be safe. Be blessed. And we will be back next week. And mark my words, this whole stuff with Tank, I promise you it ain't over. We've only scratched the surface of stuff we got to talk about. We've only scratched the surface. And I promise you, you saw the rhetoric that we had from this one Tank supporter. And I'm happy that he was here. L471. Absolutely. It's only going to get worse from here. Not worse from the standpoint of we don't love the conversation. But in terms of how do we say, as the scales fall from a lot of people's eyes, there's going to be a lot of friction coming through with a lot of these boxing conversations in the near future. Be prepared, get excited. Oh, you're going to love it. I'm going to love it too. And this is what we want to do. Absolutely. We'll be safe. Be safe. Be blessed. Have some fun. And we'll see y'all on Thursday. Yeah, buddy. We out.